10 o'clock on Thursday, March 5th. I'll call the meeting to order. We are here for the Board of Finance budget hearing number 1. This meeting is available obviously in person at the Ed, also available on Zoom. There and streaming on FairTV. Please note that the public is encouraged to send their comments, if any, before our meetings to follow to the following email available on the Fairfield ct.org website. Contact BOF. If you call or listen to our meeting through Zoom, you will not be heard by Board of Finance members, and there's no live public comment until called for by myself, the chair, during our meeting. Live public comment pertinent to the agenda items number 4 this evening is welcome and will be called for before the discussion on that matter. Comments will be limited to no more than 3 minutes per individual. So with that, Mr. McCullough, would you lead us in the pledge?
The flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. So we will be having budget hearing meetings throughout the month of March. Obviously, this, like almost every year, will be challenging budget season, but I trust that we'll have some good interaction, various departments with the administration. And at the end of our sessions, at the end of this month, we'll be able to take action to approve a budget that hopefully addresses any outstanding concerns. So our first presentation tonight will be from our first select person, Christine Vitale. I think you're set up to present the summary of the budget. Then after that, we'll get into some specific remarks. Madam Select Person, welcome.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with you tonight to present the first select person's budget, which was approved by the Board of Selectmen without any changes. I'm going to wait until the presentation started and then photo of our beautiful Old Town Hall. Next. The budget before you tonight moves forward on administration's priorities. Top priority, attracting and retaining highly qualified personnel. This budget makes a large investment in the men and women who serve, protect, and educate our community each and every day. Our employees are our most valuable assets, and contractual obligations, salaries, and benefits are one of the largest budget drivers for the town budget outside of education. One of my top priorities since taking office was building on our already strong leadership team. In the past 8 months, we have welcomed Michael Paris as our police chief, Frank Batiste as the new director of public works, Anthony D. Felice as our controller, Joey Barbera as our new risk manager, Judy Warner as our benefits manager, and Regina Williams as our new director of human resources. I just wanted to let you know, they come before you and I don't remember when exactly you've met them, but you'll be meeting them throughout the process. So join me in welcoming them. We're focusing on building strong teams to optimize our human resources. And this budget supports continued investment in training and professional development. Strategic upgrades to technology will also give our staff the tools they need to enhance their effectiveness and provide better service to our residents. Maintaining our stellar school system, our public libraries remain top priority. We know that our schools are the reason many families have chosen to move to Fairfield and have families in Fairfield. They value our property values. They ensure investment in our future, our children. We are definitely a community that values education. We invest in our schools. We invest in our public libraries. Education is the largest budget driver in the town budget. The education budget's increasing by $11 million. However, this does, for full transparency, represent a $2 million reduction to the Board of Education's initial request. Public safety. Being responsible for the health and safety of our residents is, first and foremost in our minds. And this budget reflects an investment in our police and fire departments, our dispatch center, as well as our DPW, in keeping our roads in good condition, keeping our infrastructure sound, looking ahead for sustainability, flood mitigation, all of that is supported by this budget. The Safe Streets for All initiatives keep on moving forward. That's led by our Director of Communications. We've been hearing a lot from residents just about speeding and e-bikes, and we have working groups to address those issues. Revenue for the speed cameras will move forward. Next year's budget, they're anticipated to hopefully be installed this spring, just waiting for the weather to cooperate. But you will see increased revenue in the budget to support the speed cameras. As I've said it before, my hope is that by the end, we will see no revenue in this, that everyone will just be slowing down around our schools. Building Fairfield's commercial base. We want to ease the impact on residents. We're going through the revaluation. We've seen a shift between residential properties and commercial properties, with residential properties encompassing a larger proportion of the cost. The ways that this budget will help that is that the Department of Community and Economic Development and the Town Planning and Zoning departments are continuing to identify new ways to revitalize our existing commercial districts. We're continuing to move forward with Fleet Street initiatives and looking for new ways to make our downtowns more pedestrian friendly. This increases foot traffic and just consumers in our downtown area. Our grants manager will continue to identify new grant opportunities to generate revenue to support infrastructure, cultural, and public safety. All of these make Fairfield a desirable place to work and shop and dine. Enhancing recreational offerings for all ages of abilities in our schools and our libraries. I think that we can all agree that it's wonderful to live in this town, having access to our beaches, our open spaces, our green spaces. We are also, in addition to our golf courses, raving revenue, you'll see some revenue increases in some of our recreational offerings. You'll also see an increased offerings for our seniors at the Bigelow Center for wellness and fitness programs. Take the responsibility of being stewards of our taxpayers' fiscal dollars very seriously. This budget will strengthen management systems, internal controls, and policies. We're looking to reduce and mitigate risk to support financial stability and operational effectiveness, and our legal budget will continue to support UI and aquariums. All of these are designed to keep Fairfield a desirable place to live, work, play, be fun. Slide just a little, you all know, Fairfield at a glance. This is taken from, this is the page in the budget book. Our population for the state data is over $65,000. 65,000 people. And that is also just generated by an increase in our student population of universities. We're fortunate to have two top-tier universities that continue to grow and attract students from around the world. Median household income, $37,000. Number of households, about 21,000. Town employees, 470. Board of Education employees, around 1,500. Fairfield Public Schools enrollment, this is as of February 1st, website, 8,950 students. Educated in 11 elementary schools, 3 middle schools, 3 high schools. We have 275 miles of roads. I want to thank our DPW workers, our plow drivers. It's been a busy winter for them, and they've been on those roads more often than they, I'm sure, would like, plowing and salting. 125 miles of sidewalks. We're looking to increase that. And 300,000 square feet of public building space that we're responsible for maintaining. Our water pollution control facility manages 9 pump stations with 205 miles. The 2020 next, you're ahead of me. The fiscal year 2026, expense budget advances the administration's priorities, funds contractual obligations, and continues to support our strong public schools. The Board of Education, for fiscal year 27, they're budgeting $243,944,528. This is a growth of $10,904,141 for an increase of 4.68% over the prior year. Board of Education represents just around 60% of the total budget. The Board of Education and the town share expenses. This is our debt service, our workers' comp, risk management, contributions to fund balance. These shared services are around $2,161,794. We're seeing growth of 9.62%, and it comprises 6.11% of the total budget. The town expenses for fiscal year 27, $134,414,525, with a growth of $6 million. Represents a 4.67% increase, and that expenses only is 33.35% of the total budget. The total expense budget for fiscal year 27 on Board of Education, expense, and the town, the request is $402,990,152. This represents a growth of $19,008,127 for an increase of 4.7%. Non-tax revenue helps offset expenses, lessen the tax burden. Working with our full-time grants manager, we continue to seek additional revenue sources to offset both capital projects and operating expenses, and advocate to both our state and federal officials for increased funding from the state and federal government. This is just a brief rundown of other non-tax revenue that we'll be seeing in the next fiscal year, or anticipate seeing in the next fiscal year. When you factor in this revenue, the total increase for the gross tax levy required is a 4.28% increase. Next. This breaks down the budget by code. As I reported, patient 60% of the budget. After that, our retiree benefits, a 5.8% increase. Debt service is increasing by 5.7%, 4.7, fire 4.4, public works 3.4, employee benefits 2.5, solid waste and recycling 1.4, risk management 1.1%, library 1.1%, and then every other department is under a 1% increase. Next. Just wanted to call your attention. There were a couple of changes within the budget that move between departments. Risk management, fiscal year 26 is reflected in the human resources budget. Fiscal year 27, those expenses, fiscal year 20, just been moved to the risk management department. And for capital projects, the grants manager and the risk manager have been transferred from the operations capital projects department into risk as well. The operations administrator has come out of human resources and is also in the risk department. Information technology, you'll see a software systems analyst that was reflected in the IT department and is now that reduction. It's looking like there's a reduction in that department. That person just moved to the library. And the health department, we're seeing we've decreased by 2 part-time nurses to increased by 1. So as you're reviewing those pages, just keep those changes in mind. Next. Again, one of Fairfield's most valuable assets is the staff that serve us each and every day. Increases in salaries, health insurance, and retirement benefits drove the largest portion of the town's $6 million budget increase. The increase for personnel, this is including the reserve for unsettled contracts, which is carried in contingency, 8% increase. This personnel line item also includes one new FTE. This is for a GIS analyst. And Frank Matisse, our director of DPW, will be giving you more detail on that position. There were some changes in positioning, but moving part-time retirees, the net for the budget was one new FTE added. We're seeing a 15.78% increase in OPEB, our retiree health and pension, contractually based and determined by our actuarial consultants. Health insurance, this is the contractual increase for coverage for active employees, seeing a 12.75% increase. These costs together comprise 84% year-over-year increase on budget. Capturing that information just in the pie charts. Salary, health insurance and other, that's at 84%. Everything else, our utilities, insurance, heating, there's maintenance, IT, the total budget. See a reduction of the 8%. That's including the capital replacement, fees, professional services, which were reduced in fiscal year 27. Now we're in the midst of a talent evaluation process. So a significant increase, 26, fiscal year 27. Residential value of our homes in Fairfield grew by on average 63.74%. Commercial property, 19.30%. Total increased in value by 57.5%. Our vehicles and personal property increased by 6.63%. Total value, 52.64%. Tax levy needed, 4.28%. This increase in the ground list, we anticipate that the mill rate will be reducing from 0.028 to 0.019. This represents a decrease mill rate of 31.70%. Next. Just the growth between 2026 to 2027. Residential property, as you can see right now, valued at $300,997,298. And commercial for that in fiscal year 26 was $269,080,000, $690. Commercial in 2026 was $43,967,444, and that has gone down to $35,844,118. Motor vehicle has seen a reduction as well, $33,028,603 down to $24,059,625. So while residents are seeing an increase in their property values, and we're seeing a shift between commercial and residential, there have been savings for residents and whatever. More detail just on the shared expenses, the cost for education, 9.6% increase. Covers debt service, the cost to fund debt and interest payments for bonding of capital projects to support town, Board of Education or WPCA, infrastructure, risk mitigation. This increase is driven by the current insurance market. This covers the cost for all insurance, including our liability, our property insurance, our cyber insurance, and our environmental insurance, as well as workers' compensation. This is the cost that is incurred when employees and indemnity expenses. Thank you for the opportunity to present this budget to you over the coming weeks. And I want to thank all of the staff. Budget preparation takes collaboration, department heads and town officials, their hard work past year and for sharing their budget priorities for the year. Thank you, Mark Testani, our superintendent of schools, the Fairfield Public Finance team, and Board of Education for the preparation of the fiscal year 27 Board of Education budget. Thanks to our finance department on how our financial planning and analysis, and Anthony D. Controller for their leadership, diligence, and assistance in preparation of fiscal year. We look forward to the budget discussion, we made it before the select persons, forward to discussing the RTM, and we hope to continue to share their feedback throughout the process. I'll leave it to you to give them the date of your public budget hearing at the end of the month.
Well, thank you very much for that, Madam Select Person. Great. Obviously, we will get into a lot of detail as we go through all the departments, but I want to open this up to the board to see if you had any comments on the presentation.
Oh, well, I'll just say, obviously it was very difficult here with the assessment that just happened and how some people's are dramatically being affected. And I think a 4.28% increase on top of that, just being tone deaf, to be quite honest. And I will be making probably cuts. I'll listen to everything. I'll question everything. But there is no possible way that our taxpayers can afford this. I mean, there's even members here who, you know, it was recently published with your tax increase you want to have and their increase because of the assessment. People are going up 20%. If you, Madam First Select Person, or it went up 18 or 19%. I mean, it is insane to expect that people can do this in this environment. I think I looked it up in February. And the inflationary rate at that point in time was 2.4%. And what you're proposing is 2% higher than that. 2% higher than what the inflationary rate is. Just on your increase, let alone what many people are suffering from in the drastic increase in their, we are going to become just a town for the rich. It's going to be impossible to move in here to get a starter home anymore with these tax increases. It is insane. And I was hoping that you were going to come in well under the inflationary rate. I actually think there's an argument to be made where we should try to bring this in for a zero increase to this budget from last year. And we've done it before in difficult times. We did it during COVID. It can be done. It takes sacrifice. It takes a lot of sacrifice, but people are suffering out there. And to add 4.28%, the 4.28% over the gross tax. It's insane. It's insanity that we would have such a large tax increase that you're proposing in your budget. So I respect the work that you did. I respect the work of the departments that was done, but no possible way I'm going to vote on a tax increase. Not a possibility.
I look forward to continue, like for this board to take a deeper dive. Don't want to minimize the impact of the revaluation. I can't control what property values are assessed at. As you know, it was a state statute, 5 years, we were required to go through that process. The fact that, and we're seeing it in communities all across the state of Connecticut, speaking to other mayors and First Select Person that are in there in reval years, the shift between commercial and residential is definitely making this a more challenging year. Again, a lot of budget increase is driven by contractual obligations. We have contractual obligations through our collective bargaining to our employees. We're seeing an increased health insurance on both the Board of Ed and the town side, driving a large increase. Don't want to minimize this impact. As you said, I'm feeling it too. I live here, raised my family here, but also very cognizant that we want to keep Fairfield as a desirable place to live, and the services, many of them in its budget, they're what brought people here, keep people here. And many of these services our families rely upon. Look forward to the continued discussion. We wanted to try to strike that balance of what people expect from their community, while also appreciating that it is definitely a difficult tax year. But goods and services are rising for families, and they're also rising for the town. We're not immune to the cost of prices going up, and the impact of some tariffs. Healthcare costs, right now, we don't know what's going to be going on with fuel. So don't want this to be adversarial. I would welcome if there's areas that you could see being reduced, let's have that conversation. In terms of during COVID, I just want to remind everybody that year that we had a 0% increase. A lot of that savings came from the fact that our schools were closed for 13 months. And I don't think that we want to put ourselves in that position, finding savings by something as drastic as that. I wouldn't want to go back to that time, but I hear you, and I'm here to advocate for our departments, for their needs, for our staff. We want to attract and retain high quality personnel. Talked a lot about turnover over the last year. When we have staff turnover, we're losing institutional knowledge. We're spending money to retrain people, really looking to prevent that. And I think that the large part of this budget is driven by contractual obligations that we don't have much control over, aside from letting people go, which is not something that I'm looking to do. We have a smaller piece of the pie that we need to look at, and I look to this board for creative ways of potentially mitigating the tax increase.
I will say tough choices need to be made, and this board is going to have to be the ones who make that tough decision, because we've been delivered a budget, which to me, I think there's some head count increase.
There's one headcount increase.
I think that idea of even having a head count increase, when people are looking at 20, 25, 30% increases in their town, it's just tone deaf. You're just not listening to me. That's like an idea that has to be put off for another year.
Well,
It's just.
and I would, before you get there,
That's just, I'm not gonna get into it. I'm just saying tough choices need to be made.
I would ask that you listen in terms of the one
I'm gonna
FT,
listen to everything.
in terms of that there was expenses that were made to offset the addition of that headcount. I wanted to put it before this board. I think I have a responsibility to share, I want to make it really clear as not minimizing the amount of this increase. We made significant reductions to department requests across the board, including our school district. I hear what you're saying, the Board of Selectmen, and I don't know if you were copied on it. I can't even count, maybe close to 100 emails from parents asking us to restore that $2 million that was reducing the education budget. So I'll hear what you're saying. I think there's also some people who come here and are expecting our town to deliver on certain goods and services that brought them. So again, look forward to continuing the discussion. As far as the head count, there is an offset to that, and I will let Denise present that when he meets before you.
We're told.
Yeah, I think this is a real difficult budget year. I don't disagree with Mr. Walsh. We have a lot of work to do on this budget. But what I don't want to do is do something so drastic that we, put the town back several years. So this is going to be hard to do. And I'm really hoping this board works together to come up with creative solutions to reduce the budget. Very cognizant of the rebound, so on and so forth. We've done it in the past. Now, when I've been on this board, I think 12 years now, and more times than not, the board at some point we voted unanimously on a budget. And even though all of us didn't get what we wanted, hope we can do that this time around. But I think we all understand this is a tough budget year, that we're gonna really dig into this budget. What's best for the town and the taxpayers. But also maintaining what makes Fairfield a special place. I think we're the victims of our own success. I really do. I think that the reason why property values have gone up so high is because people want to live here. think that's one of the big reasons. So I'm looking forward to, I feel refreshed for some reason this year, being on this board. And I'm looking forward to working with all of you to try to, for the taxpayers and the residents of our town.
And thank you, Mr. Bertolo. I just want to add that, Mr. Walsh, I agree with you that we need to take into consideration the impact on our residents, especially in light of the shift that occurred, shift in the tax burden that occurred with the revaluation. I personally struggle with the operating budget. The town, and as the first select person pointed out, the town is subject to inflation too. The town is subject to contractual increases for a very large portion of our budget. But that doesn't mean that we need to just accept that as is. I do trust that this board of 9 will dig into our budget books and have the right conversations and ask the right questions. And really, hopefully, we can identify the difference between wants and needs. Because I think if there are initiatives that have been put forward by department heads that have not already been cut, because I respect the fact that you've already made some cuts before. But I do think that we have to ask that question. Mr. Walsh, last year, if you remember, you had 2 almost default questions for every department head. To tell us about your travel budget, tell us about your cell phone usage. I think this year, the default question has to be identify wants versus needs. I think if there's ever a year that the town has to try and tighten its belt, this is one of them. But we also have to be open-minded with respect to this one head count. Clearly, that will have an additional cost. However, if it's saving us expense in other areas and effectively pays for itself, that seems to be justifiable. That's something we should be open-minded to hear. So this year, at the end of our process, we have one night dedicated just for deliberation. It's in between our Saturday morning public comment and our vote on the budget on Tuesday evening. That Monday night meeting, I would love for all 9 of us to put on the table where we think we can pull or push levers and see where we land. But to the extent that we can get the increase down, because even if it is held flat year over year on the bottom line, that does still have an impact on the president. So I think we're all on the same page in terms of trying to make sure that we are as lean as we can be, but also don't want to negatively add services or set us back. So we'll see where it lands. But I did want to just confirm there were some line item changes that were made by the Board of Selectmen, but it didn't change the.
It didn't change the bottom line. Some adjustments but did not change the bottom line.
And as you also mentioned, this budget that's presented by you is already $2 million lower on the Board of Ed from what the Board of Ed passed. So there is a $2 million challenge.
Education, around $900,000 was made by the Board of Education Superintendent's proposed budget to the Board of Ed. So just want to that, reductions have been made. I do, in terms of I want the departments to have an opportunity just to share their vision, the work that they're doing, vision for the department. As I shared, a lot of reductions to their budgets, but respect the roles of each board. I wanted you to have an opportunity to hear their priorities as decision makers and you can hear from them. Deliberate and welcome the conversation, and any additional information you need, just ask.
Great. Well, thank you for that. But with that, I think we can turn to item, sorry, Mr.
I don't know if we can ask this now,
Yes.
since the first select person is here, or if we should wait till we get to the Board of Ed, but I would like to know at least the justification from the Board of Selectmen. I didn't watch the video, I apologize, for the $2 million cut. Like,
Yeah.
how do they feel, how did you feel comfortable coming to that?
This is the appropriate.
It wasn't done by the board, it was done by the select.
At the Board of Select.
Well, I mean, it was,
She did it.
Okay, right. But it was
I mean, I did it.
Approved by the Board of Selectmen.
it did not change. The Board of Selectmen did not change it.
Okay.
You know, as a former Board of Ed mentor and a Board of Ed chair and coming, you know, before this board advocating for the ed budget, it was not an easy reduction to make. We did find for around $450,000 in change in calculation for the pension number, an updated number for pension. Also, in the last quarterly, the Board of Education was projecting a surplus for the current fiscal year. Now, I appreciate that might change with snow removal and utilities, but I would encourage the superintendent to, if that surplus holds, and be, you know, thoughtful of the end of the fiscal year, that there's an opportunity to do something like pre-purchasing textbooks or pre-purchasing technology. This next fiscal year for the Board of Ed, large amount of textbooks that are being purchased in one fiscal year. It's somewhat of an anomaly, just the way the math textbooks were supposed to be purchased a couple years ago. Board of Ed likes to kind of cycle it out. So you're not having all those purchased in one year. Various circumstances, put them all in one fiscal year. The Board of Education has also been discussing a change in the elementary school schedule. This wasn't done from a budget perspective, but the superintendent reported that there's just not enough instructional minutes for core curriculum, math, social studies, and science. If there's a reduction in special times, that I foresee there being some sort of reduction in F. Now, granted, depending on how that shifts, the superintendent reported to the Board of Selectmen that he doesn't foresee needing to cut headcount, that people would be just moved from specialized areas of instruction to into the classroom. But that, you know, some of those levers that you could kind of just look, that a way to fill that hole, or that can go in their own direction, but just based on what I was hearing, that those were some areas that could help cover that. The insurance line item for the Board of Ed as well, that, you know, they do their calculation based on the census of people in November. So depending on attrition, if somebody has full family coverage and it goes to single coverage, that might change. We've seen over the years with advocacy to the state, we participate in this Connecticut State Partnership Plan for the Board of Ed. You know, some pressure sometimes at the state level to get them to reduce that could also have an impact on the ed budget. So looking, you know, watching it closely, continue to advocate level just for increased costs for special education reimbursement, the ECS. I know that they were looking at that yesterday. That I think that there's still some variables there, but not an easy cut to make. But to Mr. Walsh's point, you know, I appreciate that. It was a really difficult year, and while it, you know, I got into public service through education, it's not even our public schools, but appreciated that, given that it's 60% of the town budget, to really kind of move numbers, that a larger reduction to that line item needed to be looked at. Transportation also, large budget driver for the Board of Ed, but the town also covers private school transportation. You know, over $1 million, $1.8 million for transportation, I think. You know, that's a big chunk. Now, continuing to work with the school district to look at transportation, to see if we can get those numbers down. You know, we want to keep our dollars as close to our kids as possible, and keep them in our classroom, support our classroom teachers. And it's been a collaborative process with the Board of Ed, and I imagine it'll continue to be that way as the budget makes its way through this board.
Thank you. Mr. Rock.
Yeah, I just want to point out something that's probably very obvious to most people, but I think it's worth saying. You know, we're not alone. Our town is not alone. Across the state of Connecticut, other towns are feeling this exact same pinch. Westport's residential increase was 61%. Hamden was 55, Waterbury was 74, Wallingford 40. I mean, the list goes on. So everybody is feeling the pinch right now across Connecticut. It's post-COVID, housing prices shot up. Commercial didn't, lagged behind. So, everybody in towards the finances across the state are dealing with this same issue. And I'm not excusing, that's not an excuse not to tighten up and find, money, but yeah, we're not alone. So.
Stark.
I think that some of the contractual pay increases were agreed to in years prior where inflation was running higher than 2.4%. So what I would like to do, since you have the grand overview of things, is think about fiscal 27, 28, and if you could give us some sense of whether we are locked into certain percentage increases across collective bargaining units in that year as well.
Got some open contracts, and we can talk about that. The funding for that is held in contingency, which we'll discuss.
But I mean, any that are not open,
It's
that we're locked into, not for the coming fiscal year, but for the one
in the
after.
budget. I don't have it off the top of my head, but it's in the budget book. And then
Is it? Okay.
So 2.7. 2.7.
Page 4.
Yeah, well, 2 points. We can get that. For the fiscal year 28, for fiscal year.
Where are you looking?
So four of the budget book.
Yeah, page 4 of the budget.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
So
Okay.
it's different percentages for each collective bargaining unit.
Looks like only the nurses are locked in through the end of the following fiscal year. Is that fair? Yeah,
Yes.
so that's not gonna help. Okay, question answered.
Thank you. Any other, yes.
Were you asking about coming the following year budget?
Yeah.
Because they talked about, I believe the teacher's contract is gonna be coming up again.
Well, yeah, I'm just,
I think he's talking about next
First
year, so
town.
so we know what headwinds we're gonna face the following year. That was your question, I believe. So teacher's contract's gonna be a big one.
well, and.
Just to clarify,
I'm just looking at the
Clarify.
town side, yeah.
I believe Mr. Stark was saying for the contracts, or asked, the point was, or question was, for the contracts that are not open, are we locked into a cost of living increase that's high? And that's where the 2.75
Right.
is noted on page 4. But your point is well taken as well. For those contracts that are open, those are other, potential risks as well.
For that, as they're going to be going into negotiations this upcoming fall for the next fiscal year.
Yeah, Mr. Walsh.
One of the things I think this board's gonna have to pay attention to is EAA adjustments. And that's gonna be a disastrous situation for us. Because if those number, what are you budgeting for that? Is that this number here? Say 26, 27 under EAA adjustments of $47 million. Is that a guesstimate? What you think it's gonna be, or is it, am I not reading?
The number that's in the budget book is what we think. I mean, that is just,
This page?
yeah, that's a current number, but we have to go through the appeals process.
Yeah.
And that's not going to be done for a while. So this is something we'll have to review.
You have 900 plus appeals.
Correct.
And matter of fact, they were supposed to have letters out. I'm getting all sorts of calls from people, letters on the dates for setting of these, out by March 1st. People still haven't received them today. So I don't know what's going on. Do you have any idea when they're gonna go out?
They, I believe they went out.
People are scheduling them. I know people.
People are, they're starting,
I'm getting
so
all sorts of calls from
they're
people
starting. I
saying.
don't know. We haven't gotten any calls in the first select person's office, so.
Yes.
If they. Well, tax assessment.
Whom they are, people are calling, that's what I say. I'm like, I'm not responsible for putting the stuff in the mail, so. But I said, I understand there's 900. It's a lot of appeals.
What like portion of the appeals being successful does that adjustment incorporate?
What you're going to go through the process, and at the end of the appeal, the homeowner will win or lose, and that there will be some adjustment. We don't know. We don't know what the final adjustment will be until,
I think Mr. Henley is asking what is this number based on? Is it assuming that we'll?
it's sort of looking at what's happened at the time of the last appeal. It's really just an educated guess at this point.
But it's not saying we think 40% of the appeals, okay.
Absolutely.
Just for this board, in terms of, I don't know if Mr. I shared with Mr. Curley that we've given EAA 2 additional months to finish their appeals, given the large number till the end of May. Just from timing wise, they don't think they're going to be able to finish. We've extended that, so the mill rate you will need to set the mill rate in the beginning of June.
Do you have any idea from speaking with your assessor, what percentage of the 900 are residential versus commercial?
I don't have that number.
I don't know, but I think the majority are
We
residential.
do have the assessor on the schedule at our next meeting.
Yeah, that's fine.
So
We can
these
ask.
are all questions that, if you want to pose them in advance, great. That way he can have
The
answers,
information.
or, prepare an answer for the meeting.
I mean, they'll change the mill rate one way or the other, but to me, the mill rate and seeing a 31.7% reduction in the mill rate and having that number bolded and in a square, big square, means nothing. I mean, this is like what Mr. Gerber tried to tell me, and he said, well, Mr. Walsh, when, in the last year, when the mill rate comes in and it goes down, are you gonna send me on a vacation to Paris? That's what he said to me.
Well, I think
No, I'm not, because the mill rate doesn't matter. It's the valuation matters.
that was his point. He was trying to say, and I remember that conversation. The point that he was making is it's not about how the mill rate moves up or down, especially in the year of a reassessment. We really have to look at the increase in the grant tax levy.
But can I just say one thing, and maybe it'd be more appropriate with the tax assessors coming in. When we do a reval, the issue you're raising here on what number, it happens all the time. So I don't remember how we dealt with the BAA appeals and the numbers 5 years ago. It happens every time.
It was bad, and that was the problem, and that's what we're gonna have to keep in mind, because it's gonna have to go into our calculus in regards to reductions, because, we kind of are so caught up in the budget and going through the budget line by line and talking about everything. And then we got presented with a number in May, whenever that was, and we're like, oh my God, the BAA gave how much reductions? Like, nobody was really paying attention to it. And it completely changed the calculus on where the mill rate, now that everyone has their values established, it was gonna go. And it changed that night, it changed a lot of things. And I thought we had said it back then, which is hard to remember now, that we can be getting updates along the way of the decisions so that we can better calculate on what we want to do. So we can probably talk to the assessor about that process when he reports.
We absolutely can. And I've had lots of conversations with some of the taxpayers in town over the last month or so. And the way that they were asking about how we are going to approach this budget and all the other stuff. The way that I think about this in the most simplistic terms is the process that we're going through over the next 4 months or 4 weeks is going to be how the pie gets baked. The mill rate is simply how the pie gets sliced into pieces, who's going to pay for what slice. So I think we need to focus right now on how big is the pie going to be? And can we make sure it doesn't, get too large? But we can't really get caught up in how it's going to be sliced, because that we have no control over the grant list. So.
And you're right. And the only thing we can really do is control costs. And that's what we want to do. And we got to focus on that, because we really can't do a lot with the revenue other than tax people a lot of money.
Well, we can certainly challenge the assumptions that went into some of the revenue generator numbers. And if there's, we've done that in the last couple of years.
Always done that.
And
But it doesn't seem to move the needle a lot of driving down what I would consider to be an inflationary level tax increase. But, you know, we're gonna have to focus on cutting costs.
So I was thinking about, as long as we're talking big pictures, I agree with sentiment. This is a really challenging year. We should be looking to do everything we can to ease the increase. And I'm worried about cutting too hard to the bone, and you get to where, okay, now we're just sort of sapping value out of taxpayers' lives. But if the idea is to get it toward some particular increase number, like 2.5%, that's $7 million or something. We can put a number on it, right? We're talking about in the range of $7 million. So I think at the beginning, it's good for us. I mean, like if that's your goal, again, let's have $7 million that, maybe everybody can get around. It seems just sort of at this initial stage to me, like it's tough because so much of what I've done in my first sort of pass through this is there's a lot of insurance costs that have gone up. Obviously, there's a lot embedded in salaries. So, if you're not touching that, and I don't know how you touch insurance, and I don't know, potentially you could make a little bit of a chip in, in payroll, but you're not going to get to $7 million, still have a staff. So where on the margins do we come up with that? And I'm just sort of saying it, really rhetorically. I don't know. But I share, Mr. Curley's sentiment that I really want this year to be a year where like all of us work together. I think we work really well as a board, and I think, everybody around here has good ideas. So I hope that deliberation day that we do, we actually sit around this table and come up with a scheme. Like if somebody has an idea, like, hey, I can get to 2.5 increase, I can get to 0 increase. I want to hear it because I will be on board with it if it makes sense. But I probably have a little bit of a different perspective on, what I find tolerable as a newer resident, as somebody who came here to raise kids. So I don't want it to be, too bare bones of a government, but I get that there's a lot of people who, feel like they're not getting value out of taxes. So I want to find the compromise very much.
Mr. Myers.
I just have a follow-up to that because I'm going to bring up the surpluses.
Yeah.
So could you tell me again, what was the surplus from last year's budget?
You mean the fiscal 25, $9 million in revenue?
Okay, so you're saying we want to make sure we cut it too close to the bone.
Yeah.
We get, at the end of fiscal year last year, we had $9 million left over, and you're saying, can we at least find 7? I mean, you could take the approach that just says, we know we're gonna just shed pounds without even exercising, just because we're breathing, and we shed 9 million last year. Now, it's no indication that it's gonna happen every year, but I think if you went back the year before, I think we had a surplus then. And so I'm starting to see, why do we have so many surpluses? It means you're being too fat when you budget.
Sure, and we
And
can.
on the town side, like the Board of Ed never has a surplus.
Right.
No,
So we're the smaller percentage. So think about that.
I think one question is, where is the surplus coming from? Because when we make the cuts, we're going to be cutting specific areas. You're not necessarily cutting where the surplus exists. And just the last thing, and then Tom can speak, I think you also raise a good point of the surplus. That's money we have overtaxed. And there's an opportunity to send some of that back to the taxpayer.
Yeah. And yes.
Well, in terms of the surplus, about 4.5 million of that was from unrealized gains.
Yeah.
The remaining big chunk of it was from the really good year we had in terms of building permits.
And investment income, it's hard for us to get too aggressive on those assumptions and we've exceeded those, right? So do we want to get aggressive there? But, Tom just mentioned the unrealized gains component. Like one of the things I asked Shane to do in the last couple of weeks is just connect with Tom and really sharpen the pencil on the investment income. And so we're going to hear the finance department, tonight, but only the expense side. Next, at our next meeting, we're gonna hear the revenue side, which will be investment income. And I think that is an area where we can probably pick up $1 million or something, so.
I just have one more comment, because I gotta say it.
Yeah.
Now, since we're having big picture.
Yeah.
You know, it just seems like last year, we were aggressive. And we were coming up with creative ways to get a budget that probably should have been higher, because it should have been higher last year. Because the residents it wouldn't have been as harmful last year. If we did the 4% last year, it saved some of the reserves and things that we took away for this year, when it's more painful. I mean, hindsight's 20/20, but I don't see that same creativity this year when, you know, to Mr. Walsh's point, we probably should have been trying to deliver a more creative budget. Right?
No, but keep in mind a couple of things. We're working on the operating budget for fiscal year 2027, right? We're in the middle of 26. We don't know whether we're gonna have a large surplus or not, based on the work we did last year. Right? And whether it's the, DPW snow or electric bills or utilities or otherwise, we're not there. What we do know is 2 years ago.
Yeah.
That has a concrete surplus. And that's something that some of that was put into our general fund, which we maintain a reserve, and it's the 11.76% of our operating expense number. And we do no harm and make sure that once it goes in there, it's got to be a really bad day before it comes out. So I don't know that we're there yet. We haven't talked about it, but a portion of the surplus from 25 that we know was also put into a more general debt service reserve. That is something that we can really discuss whether we want to release that. We saved it a good portion for the fill pile. We saved it for Penfield. We've got Penfield behind us. We have most of the fill pile behind us. I would like through this process to know where we stand on that fill pile liability. And if we as a group feel like, oh, that debt service reserve that's not the official 11.76 number, but it's just kind of here, that should be something we should consider releasing or some portion of it. So, Mr. Will.
I agree, and I'm glad you want to explore that. I think we should, especially in this tough budget year. In thinking about it and seeing, Mr. Gerber use some of that money out of their last budget season, Ms. Vitale's, I think got down by 100,000.
$1 million.
$1 million?
4 last year, 3 in this one.
I'd like to either work with the fund balance committee or something else. So not tonight, I don't really want to, but I just want to talk to you about an idea in general of what the board thinks. Is I think that if we have a surplus in 1 year, if we hit the number we need to have in our fund balance, and that's flush, okay, to where we need to get it. This putting money into the debt service fund should only be done with the thought that that number we put in there is going to be used the very next budget year. Well, we're going to set the amount of what it's, this way the taxpayers get their money back immediately.
Well, by definition, I think it's got to be a 2-year leapfrogging cycle, but I hear you. I think if we know that we've got a fill pile liability or the Penfield issue, that's probably, this board, before I got here, made decisions to say, all right, let's kind of save up for that rainy day. But if we've got those big issues behind us, wholeheartedly agree. My feeling about surplus is if we lower our debt, right, the debt service obligation that goes into the operating budget is spread out over many years. So reducing our debt for that surplus takes a really long time to benefit the taxpayer who paid for it in the year where the surplus was generated. Whereas if it's released back into the operating budget, that would have an immediate offset for the same family that was responsible for putting it in there.
I think it's the fairest way to do it, because if you're the taxpayer who overpaid, you should have to wait 10 years to get your money back.
Wholeheartedly. Yeah, I think this board is very aligned on a lot of points, and I'm looking forward to getting through this and getting into it, but I'm also looking forward to starting with item 4. Is that okay?
Just ask one question about this form that the Board of Selectmen.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll handle it any way you want to.
No, that's fine.
Either
Yeah,
like me explain what happened,
those are the adjustments that were made. So I think
blame what
still the
happened.
right time.
You want him to handle it, every one of the budgets that had an adjustment.
I think that makes sense to touch on now. Those were the items that were voted on by the Board of Selectmen to adjust the budget before it got to us. So it's kind of a high level thing. And specifically, does anyone know where that is in the package?
Within the package.
Want to direct the general public as I can.
It's the second package. It's the second.
Pages front and back.
Bear with me as bear with me as I kind of pull out the two pages. Okay, so this is in tonight's backup on the town website. This is page 1 of 64 in the backup. And it's the updated as of Board of Select Persons vote on March 2nd, 2026. It reflects the Board of Select persons change. So, Madam First Select Person, can you take us through these changes, or would you like someone on the finance staff to do it?
I will be happy to walk you through it.
Great.
For the general fund, you will notice that it is a net zero. What the driving factor was is there was an error in compiling the FCRD budget, which was when the budget was first put together, was underfunded. See that on the second page, $647,530. I'll get deeper into that in a minute. Through the budget review process, 2 items came up for the police department that were dropped out of their budget that they requested to be put back in. There were savings that the risk manager was able to identify dealing with our insurance agent, lowering the potential cost from a 12% that was originally put in down to 8%. And that's reflected in the property errors and omissions and then the liability line items. On top of that, Milliman came back and said that there are savings to OPEB as well as town police fire retirement. So those lowered costs offset the issue that was FCRD. With FCRD, there was an issue with their overtime rates. It was not accurately reflected in their budget. You'll notice on the second page, the overtime earnings replacement is up $377,742. There are several other line items that adjusted. The pay differential was another large item. It's in the latest agreement. Their pay differential went up. If you're on the evening shift, you get an extra $3. If you're on the midnight shift, you get an extra $5 an hour. And that also rolls into overtime. They did get some benefit from the Milliman adjustments, but all those expenses were offset by additional revenue from the state, the $103,000. Now that Easton has become part of the FCRD, they're now considered a true regional dispatch center that opens them up to state grants, one for training for $15,000. The other one is a reimbursement for capital expenses up to $88,000. And so when Joe Godet goes through the FCRD budget, he'll talk to you about the $177,000 or thereabouts in his capital plan, half of which is reimbursable by the state. Then there's the other FCRDs. That's a higher contribution from Westport because of the missed expenses. And then the transfer in is Fairfield's portion, the $364,835, which matches the emergency management line item on that first page.
That make sense?
Well, it makes sense. It does make sense. I appreciate you going through the detail. I might have some questions as we go through the FCRD budget. But how does, the FCRD changes, with some error? How does that get
So
really offset to the penny with all these other charges? Like, it just miraculously worked out that way?
because as we've looked at this, certainly in terms of the risk management area, I think there may be additional savings. So at this point, we wanted to just offset what was getting put into the original budget and then look at potential additional savings as we go through risk management. You know, if there are additional savings there, it's probably $15,000 or $20,000.
just want to add, being just, you've got new staff, a new risk manager starting out, looking at everything. So this is very much, a work in progress of looking at our policies, looking for savings, looking for ways that we can be smarter and save money. So as we identify changes to this budget, we'll come to you. And even after the budget was finalized, we continue to work to see if there were ways that we can save money to bring it to this board. Very much appreciate the discussion when it comes to debt service and using some of that money, that the surplus. We didn't want to make that decision, thought that was a decision that was best, I thought, for finance. So I look forward to hearing you deliberate over that, because I agree with you, that we put the surplus from last year into debt service. We had kind of sounded like it was a parking spot until we learned more.
Yeah.
And, I asked Mr. Harris, could we use more of it to kind of keep the taxing? Because it does not, last thing in the world I want to do is come with a high tax increase. Really did want to be thoughtful. Appreciate Mr. Walsh that I could have been more so, but some levers that I saw that to reduce it, I thought best be had by this board. So.
And then, so Tom, you say there's some risk management, further savings.
I think there are,
You guys let us know, like get a list and give it to our chairman about pockets of money that you think there are savings on.
So as-
So that when we're going through these individual budgets, we have a chance to identify them. And even if that means like it's a form that keeps changing, and as it changes, the next budget, you show us new information that you have right up to the date of every single hearing. This way, we can all be participating in what those savings are, know where they are, and if a budget's coming before us, immediately ask it that night.
we can certainly do that. In terms of the risk management savings, it just so happened that the risk manager was meeting with the agent when these issues came up. And based on preliminary input from them, we felt comfortable reducing what was in the budget originally. We have not yet finalized the arrangement, but by the time, before we get through the end of the budget, we'll have finalized the arrangement with the insurance carrier and the agents.
Okay. So you can create a form like that, as you know of. And even if it's not an exact amount, but some savings that some broad, like even if it's $30,000 to $60,000, we think is going to be a savings here. So we can start drilling down on that as we go through. Just update that for every meeting so that we are not being surprised by stuff.
I mean, as we become aware of potential changes, those are changes that we will put forward.
I'm sure there's going to be more changes after we're done with our budget, go to the RTM. So it's to be something that continues with their deliberations. So, but yeah, that's great. I'd like to know about the pockets of money or savings that might be available as we go. Thank you. For going over this form. I appreciate it.
Any other questions on this form? I do have a couple of questions. I just want to make sure I'm interpreting this correctly. And so as I look at the schedule, there are 4 items that were actual increases. It was 2 small items for the police department, $1,500 and $3,000. The 26,000 for the town OPEB, and then the large number, the 364 related to the emergency management.
Yeah, correct.
And then there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 line items that were benefits. And 2 of those were risk management.
3 of them.
Sorry, Yes.
property, errors and omissions, and others in liability.
Oh, got it. Okay, thank you. And then, and you, if I heard you correctly, Tom, you had mentioned that there may be a little bit more savings there, maybe 10 or
In those
$15,000.
in the risk management.
But you didn't want to change the bottom line, so at least in those risk management lines, you kind of kept it so that it was a.
So it was net acceptable.
Zero.
And again, we haven't finalized the arrangement with the insurance agent and carrier.
Okay, but the retiree benefits for town OPEB, police fire OPEB, town retire, police fire retire, those are all solid numbers.
Those are updates, element that came in over the
Okay,
weekend.
perfect. All right. Just the risk management piece where it's might move. Okay, thank you. Yes. Ms.
When you said
Bridget.
liability insurance, it's labeled as police department. That should be risk management, right?
Say again, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
It has the expenditure, the department says police department.
Fifth line is labeled.
Yes, my apologies, that should be risk management.
Which line is that again?
The fifth line, this should just be risk, not the police department. Okay.
Gotcha.
Good.
Yeah, just globally,
Yeah.
going through the budget, I was a little disappointed once again that there were no org charts to be able to compare it against some of the org charts we got last year.
There's one in the,
One.
There's one.
There's one, right? Yeah.
in the beginning, right?
What page are you talking about in the budget?
In the summary section, it's page 25 of the budget book,
25.
but that's high level. That takes you to the departments. You were looking for work by department.
Yeah, like we always get. And under section 12.3, this body is in charge of the budget, not only its substance, but its details. And we had said many years ago that that budget would have work charts in it. And the only change that happened was when Mr. Gerber took over last year. And it was a problem because I wanted to see it, other people wanted to see it. And we can either handle it as one of two ways. One, I'm gonna have to drill down tonight for every department. It'll waste a lot of time, like I did last year before a change was made, and then we'd get the org chart before each meeting. But it should be in the budget. This, our committee that does budgeting never changed or made any recommendation that org charts by department were ever to be taken out of the budget book. It was done by the administration. It now continued for its second year. So I don't know how, Mr. Curley, I'm gonna go through it tonight because I don't have another chance at these departments. We're gonna go through each one. I sit here and make boxes for the first select woman's office and whatever. And it's gonna waste a lot of time, but it needs to be done. And I would suggest that you work with the first select woman and figure out how you want to do it. And I'll do it for every meeting. I don't really care for every.
Didn't we get, you were right about last year. Didn't we end up getting all those charts?
Yeah.
Yeah, after about a meeting or two, they realized that this was slowing things down and people were staying till 1 o'clock in the
Pretty clear we were
morning.
Wanting to see them.
Yeah, so that should be easy to do, I would think.
Yeah.
Maybe get them out
Yeah.
in the next few days, because they're there. They've been done already. I don't think anything's done.
I want to see what the changes were from last year. I've
Yeah, I get it.
stuff, but I want to see whether there's been changes and who's reporting to who. And with the tough budget year, there might be questions about where people report or, I'm not going to try to micromanage the department, but I have a right to ask the questions of why there's this many people, what their job function is.
Yeah.
We're paying a lot of money for IT and we keep hearing over the years, not with you, not with you, Ms. Vitale, I just want to be clear. But this has been a question that has come up this board for at least the last 10 to 12 years is we invested technology. We're told everything's going to be more efficient. But one thing that never happens is we lose headcount. And it's frustrating. I'm reading articles in the Wall Street Journal and things like that of all these industries that firing people right now because they can lose 3,000 employees because AI is doing their jobs. You know, and I'm not saying that that would happen here. I understand the way our government functions here and the great people that we have in the departments and stuff, but you know, it's just in a tough budget year, you start looking at some of this stuff. So that's so.
In the budget book, each department does have a personnel summary line, but you're right, it's not graphical, it doesn't have an org chart. I have found those org charts to be helpful in the past. So the request is duly noted, and I think we're hearing that we'll pull it together.
Okay,
Great.
thank you.
Apologies for them not being.
Okay. All right. Item number 4?
Yeah.
All right. So
We got return at 7.
So we are scheduled to hear from 7 departments this evening. The first is the first select person's office. This is, can be found, it's department number 1010. It is page 27 of our hard copy book. It's page 37 of the online PDF version of the budget book. Per our agenda, before hearing this item, I should turn it over to the public to see if there's any comment or questions about this particular department. Not seeing anything online, and I don't see anyone in the room raising a hand, so we can turn right to presentations. Tonight we have first select person Christine Vitale and her chief of staff, Christine Brown. Welcome to both.
Evening. Thank you. No microphones.
They're in the air.
Green. So good evening, everybody. I'm Christine Brown. I'm the chief of staff to Christine Vitale for Select. Christine Vitale.
Yeah.
First select person's office, as you know, sets the vision and priorities for the town. Just heard those in the first select person Vitale's presentation. Our office supports her in that. Question of organization, our office is comprised of full-time equivalent personnel. There's myself, chief of staff, deputy chief of staff, communications director, and part-time constituent coordinator. Those 2.5 people report to me. We are a resource and a support to department heads, and we are the focal point for constituent concerns, and we're held responsible for being accountable to them. We have a relatively small and straightforward budget. The one item that raised questions in the Board of Selectmen hearings and the Board of Finance Q&A portal was the communication director salary increase. So I wanted to address that. Under First Selectman Gerber and continuing under First Selectman Kelly, there's been an emphasis on professionalizing and modernizing town government. And part of that was hiring a professional and experienced communications manager and then shifting around responsibilities his office. All the communication responsibilities were consolidated in a single position. For the first 1.5 years, that was a part-time position. This year, fiscal year 26, we recognize the responsibilities which had been added to that position and the fact that the original job description did not fit into 19.5 hours a week. Converted it to a full-time position and negotiated a salary of $106,000 a year. Due to the budget constraints last year, First Selectman Gerber intended to spread that increase over 2 years. So part of it was granted last year and the remainder is in this year's budget. That's why you see the increase in the communications director budget. So because this is such a tight budget year, we kept several of our budget lines flat. I'm sorry, instead of keeping them flat, we cut the discretionary lines to offset the increase. So we cut communications, training, travel, and meetings, resulting in a cut of $6,540 from the current fiscal year, and almost completely offsetting with the $7,500 salary increase. Do you have any questions?
And I just want to add in terms of the chief operating officer, that's also the person's budget, and that was also approved in the charter. I'm working with the HR department just to finalize a job description to post that, and that it was moved forward in the charter.
So that's a vacant position.
That is a vacant position at this time, and as was reported to the board during the quarterly report, initial, I think, estimates were that it might stay vacant till the end of fiscal year 26, just in terms of budget process and the special election and just the challenge that we've been facing and hiring for any municipal jobs recently. But the plan is to post for the position and hire.
Okay, great. Yeah, Mr. Ruggieri.
So with regards to that position, I know that it's mandatory per the chart. It was one of the questions that was asked on the last election. Is it possible that somebody could have two, like if you had a department head that was qualified for the role, if two people hold that title and it meets that department requirement in the charter?
I think that there's probably some flexibility in terms of the charter. And that's something also, considering this position and working on the job description and looking to start our organization. But I do, and I really taken the time just to try to assess the needs of the organization and using this head count and dollar amount wisely, deferred very much to first select person Kupchik and Mr. Gerber, for select person Gerber, in terms of the need for this being a separate full-time position. They both were strong advocates. Full transparency, of us were deliberating on the charter position. Sure, but they had both been in the role, so deferred to their experience on that.
I mean, in watching the board of selectmen meetings last week and this week and last week, I was just wondering with this because, it hasn't gone that great historically with what, you have managed, I think, nicely since the person that was in that role was left. And I was just wondering if it was an opportunity, because I knew we had the commitment with the charter, if somebody could be named that you have already and fill that role for some sort of an increase, probably for taking an additional title, but we could reduce 170 less the increase.
It's definitely something thinking about, and it's having only been elected less than a month.
No,
But I really, again, really wanted just to give a shout out to the first selectmen's department, chief of staff. She's doing.
Give me COO, man.
She's basically taking over a lot of the responsibilities of
That role,
Of
like your
that-
right hand. I mean, this
of-
person's supposed to be your right hand person.
of that role. And the chief of staff in past administrations was a right-hand person. as
Yeah,
well.
exactly.
But but we're also seeing things that we would like to get done that we just have not been able to get done because of there's not enough hours in the day. Now, granted, it's been kind of a wild ride for the last 8 months, considering, losing first selectman, a special election, stepping into this role. But
I'm trying to think of every opportunity when we talk about the budget, because obviously there are certain headwinds you face with contractual obligations and medical fuel is rising as we see with the oil price going up with what's going on in the world. I mean, I'm trying to think of every single opportunity. So I was just throwing that out there to see if we can meet the charter commitment that we are now obligated to fulfill by giving someone a more.
I'll take that into consideration and look, further into that. And again, just really, for the staff in the first select person's office. As I said, the chief of staff is doing her roles as chief of staff, but also taking on more operational oversight and being a resource to the departments as well. Our communications director, she handles our communications, but also chairs the Safe Streets Alliance, a group of residents, also a resource. Jen Carpenter, our deputy chief of staff, very much responsive to all town boards, and Sarah Mason, who is our part-time constituent services coordinator, handles all constituent concerns, but also taking on added responsibility for the Complete Streets Initiative. Has been instrumental. We have a grants right now that we're moving forward. She's been attending all of those meetings, really been helping with the website, helping with workflows, like going above and beyond just answering constituent concerns through email and phone. So I just want to give a real shout out to my staff.
mean, the other thought just quickly is that when you bring in a role of that magnitude, we've already had a lot of change in administration recently. And a lot of people leaving. And you don't want to get another, perhaps very strong personality or something that's gonna even rock the, part even further. Just a thought.
Gotcha.
Mr. Finley.
Yeah, I guess I have a follow-up to what Amy's asking. So, for the COO, you were kind of on the fence sort of originally with the idea of even having it as sort of a charter mandated role. And now, obviously, there's been a lot of change in personnel and you guys have been doing a pretty good job. I know that some stuff has come under, I think Tom is now, is maybe like technology under his purview. Isn't he, are you over?
IT,
Technology was.
IT, yeah.
yeah, that's always been under the
Oh,
CL.
it has, okay. So, I guess the question is are you feeling the absence of a COO? And if you had one, what would he do?
Well, that's what I'm still,
Or she, yeah.
he or she.
What would they do?
And that's what we're just trying to assess. When Ms. Kupchak added Mr. Bremer, there was she was dealing with Snowpile and Penfield. Mr. Gerber had a vision for operations and operations department, the capital planning group, the projects group was in an operations department. To Mr. Walsh's point, in terms of an org chart, I think it'd be valuable because that is no longer an operations department. The capital projects group is under the DPW umbrella now, engineering, the department that plans our projects, that manages our projects, that oversees it to construction, and then ultimately maintains those projects moving forward are all really under Mr. Batisse's leadership right now. And that was something, these was all, as when I talk about the new people that we brought on in the last 8 months, still trying to, assess the needs of the organization.
So bottom line, you wouldn't be able to say, no, you need the optionality to have a full-time position there.
I mean, I would not want to remove that. I think that definitely, there's enough work for a full-time position. We have a complete streets, that initiative move forward. There's an ordinance, per the ordinance, there's supposed to be a full-time complete streets coordinator. That function is being split amongst many people. Now, would that be the role of a COO? It doesn't necessarily fit the job description, but those are the types of conversations that we're having and, assessing the needs and making sure that we're using our dollars wisely. So I appreciate the question of whether or not that COO role, if we could just do some shifting of responsibilities between people. I mean, that full disclosure is an option, but I'm not there yet in terms of just.
What's interesting is someone might say it's required to fill that position. I'm reading the language of the new charter. It's interesting. It says there shall be the following appointed town officers as necessary. One's a COO. What does as necessary mean? I think discretion there. So what you're saying is we're looking at it and I appreciate what you're doing because I think you're doing the right thing right now, kind of taking it all in, trying to figure this out without just going out and grabbing somebody to fill the position. So.
Well, I mean, I appreciate it's been a lot of transition for the town between Mr. Gerber, I was acting and then, appointed and then the election. And now I've got a year and a half left of this term. A year from now, we're going to be in another election cycle for a select person. So don't want to necessarily want to be thoughtful about how we're spending this money, but left it in there because there is, let me be clear, there's plenty of work that staff is definitely, you'll be hearing it from town departments. Head count did not get added, but kept this in here, but no, I'm thinking about it and look forward to the conversation.
Yeah, I would just say I agree with everything that was said, but I do see this position as being a COO who is hired to, be big picture. This person would not be like getting in Tom's way. He wouldn't be getting in the way of the chief of the staff. It would be like a person that like pays for themselves, like somebody like our risk manager who's probably already identified, his salary and savings. It's that type of a position. And to me, that would be as necessary. If there's a project that you really need somebody full-time, and it could be a project manager, it doesn't even have to be a hired person. It could be just an in and out type role. But I don't want to see this become like, well, let's leave the money because I could maybe use it for a safe streets project person because there's a need there. So let's face it, we're all looking at this money right now as like, let's stick a fork in it. We're not looking to like maybe allow it to be repurposed. That's my opinion.
Yep, Mr. Matola.
This is, maybe I'm just being and I think you asked this, some people asked this, why is everyone in the first selectman's office referenced as a department head? Is that just because we don't know what to call them? Like
Why are they?
chief of staff, DH, does that stand for department head?
Yes, it does.
Deputy chief of staff, department head, communication director, department head? I don't know.
Yeah, I think
I think this happened last year too. I'm not being,
no, and that's.
not department heads, are you?
For the finance department, that's a designation for people who are. Well, to that pay.
Okay, pay scale type thing. All right,
It's generally a salaried, non-union.
gotcha. All right, that's fine.
Financial non.
All the increases in contingents.
Right. Okay, that's right. Thank you.
And the increases held in contingency, wanted to be transparent. Communications Director being that is direct, an increase based on conversations that helps negotiate it.
Thank you.
I was wanting to follow up and just, what is the benefits rate per employee that we utilize? Is it 30%? What is it?
It's probably around 30%. We can.
I thought it was around
Yes,
30%.
that's a guess, yeah.
Can you get back to us if you can? Because when we look at a salary of 170, you gotta put another 30% or something on it.
Yeah, we can get an average because everybody doesn't take benefits from the town.
Yep. Okay. Mr. Welch.
But even the budget.
Tell me what your, explain to me on a step-by-step basis, what your org chart is in the first selectman's office and who reports to when. You don't have to, I understand that the first selectman's the top person. Below, who reports to you? Christine?
Chief of staff reports to me, the COO report to me. The communications director, deputy chief of staff, and constituents coordinator report to the chief of staff.
So the people that report to the chief of staff are the
Deputy,
deputy.
part-time constituents coordinator, and the communications director.
Are they all equal? Do they all report to the chief of staff? Does anybody below that report to somebody before they go to the chief of staff?
Yeah, we have an intern that we report to. Right now, there's an intern for the communications director. Intern is helping that reports to the deputy first.
So this communications director, and Christine, I think you've been here, not first select person. You obviously know I'm not a fan of that position. I think they're basically a spin doctor to help get out, spin whatever you want, spin out to the public is. And it has become a three-headed monster. It's only been there for like 2 years, right? Mr. Gerber put that person in that position. It was a part-time position.
The first selectman's office has always been responsible for communications.
Yeah, I know. And you know what was funny? Every other first selectman's department prior to Mr. Gerber handled their own communications and handled them well.
And what I tried to explain in my remarks was that we organize things differently and we consolidate all those functions in one person who is a professional communications person.
I think that it's,
Well, I mean, we could have lots of professional people at it. I mean, I'm sure every department would have room and would love to have extra professional people. It's just the taxpayers can't afford it. So the problem with the communications director is when Mr. Gerber first started explaining it, it was for a lot less money and there was no benefits attached. Now, then it became a higher price person. The same person got more money. And then now the next step now is we're now going to make them full-time. So it's really, and then at director level, all of a sudden now it's over $100,000. So literally almost every single person deputy staff is over $100,000. Two people are over 150,000. And now we have a communications director. I would like to know what the added cost above the 106,000 is. All inclusive on that position. Because that's really the cost difference.
Not the question that,
That's what.
Yeah, but I had the same question she has, but I want to figure out, because I want to know what the cost differential is to now bring that person on full time, because
They already
no,
are.
she's been on full time
She's
for
on,
a year.
she's been on full-time
when did she start getting benefits?
last year, this current fiscal. year.
What I just said, she became full-time at the beginning of this fiscal year.
Okay. And what's the increase percentage wise from 98.5 to 106?
The increase.
7.6, but that was, I think what Ms. Brown mentioned was that was part of the agreement when she was hired full-time, that she would get paid 106 in year 2 and build up to that. So that was
Based in the increase. I just want to, and I appreciate that, think you may envision it as a spin doctor, but it is so much, that position, an organization of our size, servicing a municipality, 65,000 people, there's internal communication. She is overseeing our Safe Streets Alliance, chairing that, building relationships with the press. You know, we know with social media, sadly, that people are rely on social media for information and news, multiple platforms now in a way that continues to grow. She has been instrumental in terms of being a liaison for UI and Aquarian and the grassroots, being a facilitator and an intermediary between the town and the grassroots organizations, having meetings with them, hearing their concerns, bringing it back to the first select person's office. So very much a partner in that work, crisis communication in terms of working with the public information officer at the police department, at the fire department. And this is not, I just, to Ms. Brown's point, comparing administrations, I think is beneficial, but it's a different time, different skill sets, different priorities. And right now, you know, when I was on the Board of Ed, fought for a long time to get a communications director Board of Ed. We didn't have it. And that came out of a 2010 operational audit for the school district. And I really believe in this. When Mr. Gerber became first select person, I said, this is one thing that you definitely need to make sure that continues on. With our residents is first and foremost. And then Ms. Kupchak, always had a town newsletter. And we have continued on, and it's a resource for our residents. It's a resource for our departments to message out. And I've heard from a lot of residents that they appreciate communication and expect communication. They absolutely can.
I just wanted to add to that, that we hear a lot about in local government and government at all levels about transparency. And really, this position is what enables us to be transparent to the public. If we don't share information with the press, then we don't have any third-party validation of what's being communicated out to the public. It then does become a spin doctor situation. It could become propaganda. It's one-sided information just being distributed by our office. We have an open and transparent relationships with the press, then we have that third-party validation. So person who is in that position, part of her job description is media relations, and she spends an enormous amount of time on that, which has not necessarily been done in the past. And she probably speaks to the press every day. We get many requests for interviews and information. And so that is part of our goal of being transparent with the public.
Better all due respect, in regards to the media stuff, because hell of a lot less stuff to do than there used to be. We would have the Fairfield Citizen, who had 3 legitimate.
True, but just because there's
reporters.
less doesn't mean there's none.
I'm still speaking. 3 legitimate, the Fairfield Minuteman would have 3 legitimate reporters. That was a whole different day and age. Now it's like, they just want you to write their piece for them, because they don't want to actually have to write. So they don't come to you and say, can you answer me or give me some comments in regards to that? Can you prepare my newspaper article so I could just drop it in? Because I'm one person. We only have one person to handle 4 towns. It's a completely different situation.
The other thing, I'm sorry, are you done?
So it's just, it is. I don't want us to overdo this. I'm not a supporter, as many of you know, for the reasons I've already stated. And it's probably a position I'm going to try to cut again, because we got to start making cuts. So thank you.
The other thing that's different is the social media landscape. So communicating with the public is not the same as it was 10 or 20 years ago when we just communicated through newspapers. A lot of it is done through social media. And that, again, is something which takes an enormous amount of time. So yeah, the landscape has changed. This is a very valuable position. We think it's key, communicating with the public. Public really wants information from our office, and this is our best attempt to try and provide accurate information.
Just 2 things I want to bring up. I can't even walk into my office these days without hearing about AI. And how, I mean, like, my company basically forced us to do employee reviews with AI. I mean, like, everything is AI. That's all they're pushing. How much are we using that in your office today?
We are not using it. Some people are, but there are guidelines for how AI can be used in governmental work. And those haven't been developed and shared with us yet.
Yeah.
So we have been cautioned to be, by our IT department, to be very conservative.
With Chat GDP and stuff, because there's some kind of a scanner where you could put it through to see if it was developed that way. So I can see in the government that might be an issue. And
We do have IT on the agenda tonight, so we can ask AI.
then, okay, yeah, I mean, when we look at these articles and they're cutting and Amazon, everything is AI. And I hate it personally. It scares the shit out of me and makes me nervous. And then the other thing I was gonna say, with this communications director role, it sounds like it might need a title enhancement, because you describe a lot more things they're doing. And it's a media person, it's safe streets. I mean, it sounds like it's bigger than just communication.
It's communicate, it's building,
Like, it's working with the community. It's just a huge, I mean,
Yeah, I'll read you the 6 parts of her job.
you don't, I've seen it.
You have,
They
okay.
shared it,
Okay.
last year. This has come up. I mean, I think it's just, she's doing, it sounds like a lot. So maybe, I know there's.
well, I think there's different ways of communicating.
Yeah.
You know, the administration has initiatives that it wants to push out to the community, and it wants to get communications 2-way, that likes to meet with people, likes to have in-person meetings, wants to get that collaboration. It's not only her working in our office, you know, the State Safe Streets Alliance is members of the police department, the fire department, the school district, parents, the library, the health department. So
That was an example of an added responsibility where Bill Gerber saw some signs up around town and said, hey, could we do something like this? And Lisa sort of took that idea and ran with it and brought all these groups together from town, created through her leadership an organization with a logo, a mission, a tagline. They meet every 2 weeks. They thought this would be just a summertime initiative. It was so successful, and the team felt so good about what they were doing. They asked if they could continue, and now they're working with the middle schools to develop an e-bike safety initiative. That is proved to be really challenging at the middle schools. So, you know, that's the kind of thing that we kind of put under public outreach, and it's really requires skills that can create an entire campaign around an initiative like that.
Thank you.
For select, the safety street, because now I'm hearing that this person's involved. Part of her job in their job description. And but what's your position with that organization talked about?
She's the coordinator of the
It's
group.
just-
It's an alliance. It's an
Yeah.
alliance of town departments and
Yeah.
she convenes them. So she's like the convener.
I'm trying to figure out how much the safety streets is costing the town of Fairfield. And I know it runs through a bunch of budgets. So is there a way to figure out what money is in this budget for safety streets? The entire budget. Spread throughout wherever it is. So I know safety streets is costing the town of Fairfield this much. What are we getting for it? Because
I mean, this,
I've seen road diets that I don't think work. I personally think cause more traffic, but I would like to know what the cost of safety streets is, because when the RTM put the ordinance into place, they had no idea what it was gonna cost. I think we all have to know what it costs.
to be honest, not really sure how easy that is going to be to do, because we're looking at just the way that we approach our streets. I think you're talking, like just
Okay.
complete streets. We approach our roadways, our sidewalks, our development. This Safe Streets Alliance, they meet, for an hour every 2 weeks. So, and this is in response to, we're calling it safety streets, but this would have been stuff that would have been coming to the first select person's office. So somebody would have been paying attention to it. The amount of, emails we get, constituents calling about, what are you doing about e-bikes? I almost hit, a middle schooler. What can we do? They came to our office and the police department and the fire department. You need to do something. So this was just a way of addressing constituent concerns. And Miss Claire, worked to get sponsorships, for the signs that, engage the community. So it would be really cost neutral. And just providing a service, responding to constituent concerns and keeping
Sponsorships and grants.
Okay, so
sponsorships
for
and grants.
example, in that position, the communications director position, what percent of her time is spent on?
I mean,
I don't know.
I would,
Ask her and get back to us?
I can ask her. I don't know how easy that is to quantify.
Should be pretty easy. I mean, I do a job and my CEO asks me what percent of my job I'm doing on X, Y, Z. Because he wants to know. And we push that down on people who report to me. Like, I want to know because if it's an inefficient thing, I want to cut that roll out. Maybe I can privatize that, save money.
I don't think that we would privatize that, because it was developed responding to constituent concerns.
Okay.
So I think that we could not call it safety streets. We could not call it anything, and we could do that work and
Is anyone calling it safety streets? I think
Safe Streets Alliance.
I want to call it safety streets.
Safe-
I've heard communications director too.
Complete streets, safety streets, I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Well, there's many different things.
We have a complete streets
State
ordinance.
Streets
Yeah.
is an official model for developing streets infrastructure
Sure.
so that it's safe for pedestrians, bicyclists, and motorists. That's like a nationwide model. The Safe Streets Alliance is something we created in Fairfield, and just road safety is just like a general concept.
Okay. So I guess I'm looking for what the complete streets is on every budget, so I could add up what the costs are. I know a lot of it's gonna probably be in DPW, but I would like to get a handle on that, and I don't know how we do that. One area is you could tell me what departments in this town are handling complete streets projects, or anything to do with design, payment, whatever it is, I'm trying to figure out what that costs us.
And just to clarify that question though, you said DPW may want to extend the sidewalks in a certain area where there weren't sidewalks before. Are you expecting that to be covered? Because that could arguably be a complete streets initiative, but it also, if we didn't have this ordinance, would be something the town would want to do anyway, right? So.
Well, I guess I need the DPW people to tell me, is that just a separate thing, or are you doing this because of the complete streets ordinance?
Well, I think and I think
It's in their budget. I'm not doing their budget. They are. So.
But I think the answer, and we should ask the question, but I do believe the answer is going to be hard to tease out, because I do think that
whether it's part of this initiative or not, they're gonna be repaving roads, redoing sidewalks, redoing curbs. They're gonna be, and restriping, Old Town, Old Post Road, you know, a road diet, but it's paint. And did it need to be restriped? Sure. Did they move?
Parking lane. Right now, it's a parking lane.
Sure.
That's what it is.
Like, they just moved the paint from here to there, so.
Technically, it didn't get a road diet, but the road diet was on Route 1 and that was done by the Connecticut Department of Transportation. That was not done by the town. But
What is Old Post Road? I don't know what that is then. What is that?
By the-
We're bringing everybody together to have a head-on accident.
that's just, it was just striping.
And why was that striping?
Well,
Were
this is
you guys
a
trying to?
We should,
topic.
you should, when engineering,
Engineering.
to your point, I think that it's not complete streets, it's just a way as you approach paving, as a way you're approaching streetscapes. I think it's gonna be hard to quantify because it's just a change in vision.
Yeah.
You know, if you're paving, if you're finishing a sidewalk, if you're paving a road, is it ADA accessible? Or what, do they have sidewalks? Just a new way of looking.
Well, we have a community contract, so we're gonna start making in the spring. Every street will be evaluated using those criteria.
And I think that's the key point, right? Like, if the town said we've got an infinite unrestricted budget and we wanted to replan our roadways and do it all at once, that would be a very quantifiable project. But if we're just saying, oh, as these intersections and roads need to be repaved, or, you know, the curb needs to be lowered so a wheelchair can get up at the crosswalk, they're being mindful of how to employ best practices when they do this project, but the project would get done regardless. I guess that's.
Yeah, can I add? I
Yeah.
think it's also just the idea, like, we have this, sorry, go ahead, yeah.
Let's pull this head up.
You guys may not use AI, but
Sorry.
I do. So the answer.
Bad spot there.
The answer is $3.5 million. 1.85 million in capital asphalt paving, line 05030. $80,000 in direct sidewalk repair, line 05030. Actually, these are, sorry, that's the Public Works Department. 350,000 on non-capital road surface work, 560,000 on patching, line painting and materials, and $592,737 on streetlights plus 151 decorative LEDs on roads. Then some portion of the general public works operation budget, which is $12 million. And some portion of engineering, which is 2.2 million.
But that's
Baseline 3.5.
Some of, I mean, all of that's just sort of generally public works.
Yeah.
What part of it is
There's
falling under
no-
the
There's
complete
nothing you
streets?
remember, state streets in the budget.
So, but I just wanted to say,
Get rid of complete streets, you would wipe out, you can wipe out all the.
I think you have you know, like, I think the idea is the towns, most people will say the town's getting a little bit crowded. The streets aren't particularly hospitable for anyone other than a big SUV. It's not safe. What is the cost of not adapting to a swelling town? We're building a bunch of new buildings. So this is the way that we should be looking at our streets. I mean, it would be more costly, I think, to not look at cheap solutions like painting a road to make them a little safer. Because then you're looking at deaths, you know, people scooting down on one of those scooters and giant car that doesn't fit on the road hits them. I mean, this seems to me like, it seems like an inexpensive way to address one of our biggest issues in town, which is just sort of infrastructure that doesn't really fit us.
I just make a suggestion that we're getting a little off topic than the first select person's budget, and when Mr. When Mr. Patisse, is before you, I suggest continuing this conversation.
Thank you.
It's a good idea.
Any other questions related to their first select person's budget? Hearing it, any, thank you very much. Appreciate your time this evening. Next on our agenda is department number 1030. Will be from our town clerk, Betsy Brown is here. The budget for the town clerk department is on page 32 of the hard copy book, and page 42 of the online version of the budget. So. Oh, thank you. And before we.
Sit on the board of selectmen too.
Before we take that, take this, I'll just open it to the public to see if there's any comment either online, not seeing anybody, not seeing anyone in the room. So thank you for the reminder. We can turn to the town clerk. So, Ms. Brown, welcome.
Evening. Do you want revenue first?
Please, yeah, revenue then expense would be great.
As I said to the Board of Selectmen, revenue's up, so our expenses as opposed to expenses to and from. Recording fees have increased slightly, and unfortunately, we're not getting as many refis as we used to. A couple of years ago, we adjusted the budget and it just seemed to bridge the gap now, and it's more in line with what this reality is. I did increase conveyance tax, and as I explained in my response, that came through the portal. That's just based on lack of inventory. It is increased, and that's because of the adjusted values with the revaluation. There's just nothing on the market. We used to always have, great inventory that would last for months, and now basically it's, 1 month at a time. Certified copies, that's our cash cow right now. We are making a lot of money on our certified copies. We put more and more of our land records online, maps, everything is digitized. So people can, right from their office, get their copies. They come in the office, and also we have 5 funeral homes in town, and they, for me to get their certified copies of death certificates.
Any questions on the revenue components? Amy?
Is it possible, when we meet to get where we are today so that we can look at the run rate?
I can tell you, at close of business for February, we're at 1.6 billion.
The conveyance tax, you're at 1.6 million.
This current fiscal year. And for the quarterly review, I did say, I think we're gonna make budget.
So what about, you said certified copies are your money maker,
Yeah, we're going on that. That's why I increased fiscal year.
but it has been as high as 176,000. Could we go higher?
It really just depends, like right now. People do just get their certified copy, but say for instance, if somebody takes an appeal on, they go to court on their assessment appeal, they'll come in and want to get copies of what their mortgage was and what the deed to the house was. So it could go up.
And I'm sorry, can you do me a favor and just repeat? You said through the end of February. What is the conveyance tax number?
1,634,000.
And then again, what is the certified copies?
96,591.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Myers?
Hello, Ms. Brown. So now I'm maybe nervous that the conveyance fee number that's in this budget might be a little high. I mean, I originally was gonna say, like Mr. Ellwanger, that it's conservative, but if, give me an idea, because this has been pretty steady over the past few years. But would you say inventory is dramatically lower than it's been in the past few years? In which case, it should come down?
If we get a shopping center, for example, I don't know what commercial properties are for sale. So every once in a while, like a couple of years ago, Home Depot, that whole parcel sold.
Yeah.
So that was a boom for my conveyance tax.
I see.
So if something like that happens, yeah, it's gonna,
Bath and Beyond or something like that. Right.
but I just pay attention more so to the residential.
Okay, okay. And then, second, in terms of just actual fees, the actual fees we're charging,
It's all state statute.
thank you.
I don't have control over what.
Okay.
Not recording fees. You have a question on recording fees?
Yeah.
I bet you'll ask it better. Go ahead.
I have a question on abeyance, if we can.
Oh, sure.
So just to what Jim was saying though, so I'm not sure, did you get your answer on that? So focusing on residential at 1.6 now, you're confident that like the spring is gonna, it's the big bump. Big one.
Betsy, I see that you're going up on your recording fees by 5.13%. Are you taking into account that mortgage rates are actually going down? Because my friends who are mortgage brokers, they're seeing activity because now we're down into the early fives. And this continues, there's gonna be multiple people will just refinance every point and a half. They'll just keep refinancing the whole way down like they did before. And there's a possibility, I guess, that, I'm just wondering, are you taking that into account in the 5% increase? Is that your thought process?
That's my thought process, because literally there's a lot of people right now that have like 3.5.
Yeah.
You know, and they're holding, that's why they're not putting their houses on the market,
Yeah.
because, you know, they've got a great mortgage deal right now. The only, like, what cuts into my recording fees that's hard to always gauge is where it's a MERS mortgage or a DART
Yes.
mortgage, where we're not getting as much to the town, the money goes to the state because it's the mortgage warehouse.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
just that portion that's
Yeah.
always kind of hard to.
And I guess that's the other thing is I know a lot of real estate agents are hoping that as rates go down, I mean, people just can't move right now because you can't, like you said, you can't have a rate at 3% or 3.5% and want to sell for a different property. You know, we're paying 7%. They were like, I can't leave because I can't pay that extra amount. You know, I'm not gonna have my payment go up just because of the interest. But as hopefully it goes down, there could be also more housing sales, which could drive the conveyance tax up if that were to start happening. All right, thank you.
Yeah, it's a catch-22.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask that question. I think that's something we can look at. I was talking to Kevin about this a few minutes ago. And correct me if
Yeah,
I'm
but-
wrong, you think there's gonna be a lot of refi?
Yeah, but I'm looking at where we are now on the national refi index, which is a knowable thing, and we're kind of like back to
Like, what was it?
late 22, early 23, which would give us maybe 20 grand more in that line, so we could put a pin in that. There's probably a little more money coming than what's shown, but it's not gonna move the needle that much.
Thanks. Helpful. Okay, if there are no other questions on revenue expenses? Thanks.
Cover my expenses. My vendor that does my whole records management platform, they're changing what their structure is going to be. So that's why the information technology line has increased. However, I offset that by $6,000 into that account because right now, we're in the midst of doing our decade index where we do a big merge in the land record indexes. So that printing cost will go away after this fiscal year. So I'm moving that money into the IT line to kind of soften the blow there. And then as far as there's a step increase for one of my staff in regular payroll.
And that's contractual, right? And correct me if I'm wrong, I think you're the one, you individually are the one person who your compensation has to be approved
I'm one
separately.
happy little island.
And that's something that we need to be mindful of just in terms of process. So we won't forget that.
So that'll be not this, not fiscal
It'll be next
27,
year.
it'll be fiscal 28.
Yeah, and it's a 2-year cycle. Great. Any questions on the expense side? Not hearing any? Great. Thank you so much for coming in tonight. Thanks for your patience. Thank you. All right, so that takes us to the Conservation Department, Department number 1230. The department budget is on starts on page 53 of the hard copy, page 63 of the online budget. We have the Director of the Conservation Department, Mr. Tim Bishop. Do I see him online? Yes. Yeah.
Good evening, everybody. If the host could activate my
Great.
camera.
Before we get started, Tim, just trying to follow the right process here. If there's any public comment on this department, we'll do that before we get started the discussion. Not seeing any online, not seeing anyone in the room, so we'll turn it over to you. So Mr. Bishop, take us away.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, good evening. On behalf of the Conservation Commission, I'd like to thank this board for their time tonight and discussing the FY27 budget for the Conservation Department. Just briefly on starting on page 53, my short budget summary. Moving forward into this budget, department staff positions remain unchanged. I know that came up earlier in the meeting, but I wanted to circle back on that. And revenue, largely from wetlands permits, is expected to continue trending upward, as it has generally in the past few years. And the current projections show an increase of 10 to 15%. Page 54 highlighted some permit activity, which has changed pretty significantly since this was printed. There was, I would say, a little bit of a slowdown around the holidays. I think weather driven and just time of year, but that has picked up relatively dramatically in the last few weeks. Some highlights and outlook on projects and such. Department continues to strive for efficiency and service in all aspects with the addition of new and accomplished personnel and equipment, as well as streamlining internal processes and procedures across all department programs. As this board knows by now, my department services the Conservation Commission, in the Wetland Agency, Shellfish Commission, and Land Acquisition Commission. And I listed a few highlights of things that are happening in the department, two of which are not listed since this was published. We are producing a natural resources inventory for the town, which right now is a 85-page document. It's quite comprehensive and is can be found in all towns, except this town did not have one, as well as a vehicle vessel and equipment replacement plan that was just approved last Wednesday by the Conservation Commission. And I expect that at some point this board will receive that for discussion and long-term 10-year outlook on capital outlay for the department. Like I said, the head count has remained unchanged since last year, and I will happily generate a org chart for the board as requested in previous departments that went before me this evening. Revenue on page 55 shows a general trend since the fees were changed July 1st, 2023. And we're, like I said, projecting increases on both our inland permit fee and certificate of wetlands conformance fees. Like I said, those are our main sources of revenue. Some of the other revenue streams are minor and fluctuate. Very minor, as you can see historically, that data. Currently, I'm happy to say that we have surpassed our FY26 revenue, which I believe we're over 330,000 right now. So the feeling was for FY27 to extend these two budget lines further out, predicting the said increases. As we know, those are largely driven by what people decide to do with their properties as far as land use, whether next year there'll be more buildings and pools and university dorms. I don't know that completely, but our trends have suggested that that it will remain steady and increasing. So that explains our prediction for our increased revenue. Any questions
Yeah, we'll
on
take
that at this point?
Yeah, we'll take questions on the revenue. Thank you.
Thank you.
So if I heard you correctly, you said we're already at, for 2026, 330,000 in revenue?
I believe so, maybe, I'm not sure if Tom or if anyone in finance has that number at this point, but I think during our last quarterly report that we were exceeding that number. 330 comes to mind, I could be wrong.
So Tom, it'd be helpful if you could have for the budgets we're going through where we are through, so we can look at run rate for revenue and expenses across the board. 'Cause I know we talked about that last year as well. So if we're talking about being at 330, and if you could just confirm the number, it sounds like that we could go up on this revenue a lot more than what we have in here. So do you have a recommendation on what you're thinking?
Is that
I,
Is that okay, directed to
Yeah,
him?
of course. Yeah, no, I just didn't know if you're
By
asking.
violation.
No, I didn't know. if
Yeah, you had mentioned.
I saw you looking at Tom, I wasn't sure if that was for me.
So I think the question's to you, Mr. Bishop. Do you think that there's room to take the revenue forecast up further from the 335 that's proposed?
I think it's possible. I'm not sure how much, and again, I don't know what's gonna happen with land use permitting needs in the, next year, given the financial climate, like somebody had mentioned with Betsy. I think it's possible. I would point out too that I have staff doing enforcement on a weekly basis, so that's been a successful approach to increasing revenue, which, as you know, those were here in 23 with the fee changes. Any enforcement actions double the original permit fee. So, in an effort to protect our natural resources, that also has a side effect of increasing revenue. So that happens on every Thursday, and
So if we could get
it's possible.
if Tom, if you could share where we are here, I think it'd be very helpful for deliberation night to have those type of discussions and look at where we can sharpen, especially in the revenue, because it's not talking cutting. I mean, it's easier to take up a little bit of revenue and put a stretch in there than talk about cutting people out. That might be on the table as well. I don't know, but you get my point. It's easier to put a stretch in here.
Yeah, I just, I agree 100% with what you're saying, Amy. I mean, if you just did the average for 04, 05 and 04, I'm sorry, 24, 25 and 26, and let's assume 26 right now is 330. And you use that number, you're at 40. That's the average. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
Probably
going up to
an
330.
extra 50 grand there. I think.
Up another few bucks, I think.
Mr. Bishop, it would help me to just have a better understanding about certificate of wetland compliance and the inland wetland permits. How are those fees generated? Like how are they different? I'm being less familiar with the process. I'd love to hear from you. Like what generates those fees?
No problem. I'm happy to explain the difference. So our regulations require permitting for regulated activities within a regulated area of inland wetlands and watercourses. In short, that means if you disturb the ground in any way, which with a land activity, that could be dumping, that could be construction, that's a pool, a shed, a deck, a fence, any type of ground disturbance near a wetland or a property that has a wetlands, then a permit's required or may be required at the discretion of the department and its interpretation of the proposed activity. So the difference between the two permits is the certificate of wetlands conformance is staff level based on the regulations. If there's no impacts, direct impacts by that proposed activity to wetland soil, then my staff is allowed to issue that permit following review over the counter. We generally call it a staff level permit. If any of those activities impact directly wetland soils, whether you're putting a fence in a wetland, you're dredging a pond, you're putting stone on the side of the Rooster River for revetment. That's an in-water activity. Anything significant, building, like I said, a university dorm, a house, single-family house, any type
ask
of
about
major
that?
construction does go to the inland wetland permit, which has a higher flat fee and defers to the inland wetland agency by the Conservation Commission acting as the inland wetland agency. Since we regulate activities by statute and regulation, the fees are charged accordingly, a la carte, I like to call it. So it gives people the flexibility to choose what they want to do. And that was all completed during the fee revision. The only difference is you can perform the same activities for either permit. However, there's a significant flat fee on top of the activity fees for the full permit, and that covers our expenses related to having full public hearings and extensive review by the inland wetland agency.
Any other questions about revenue or? Yeah, Mr. Walsh.
And Jim Walsh, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Do you know of any large projects coming up in the upcoming year, starting July 1st, that would cause fees to go up? Any large university projects,
believe,
anything that you're gonna need, or have you taken those all into account with the increases that you've put in there already? Because obviously sometimes, I know the building department and you guys, you'd all discuss it, the universities are coming in advance, they've told you, they've come in, talk about preliminary plans. I would hope that if they were gonna do something and there was wetlands anywhere near it, they would at least come and talk to you about it. So are you seeing anything that might drive the number up?
I have university related, yes. Other projects, yes. Homes, single family homes, as well as some significant enforcement actions. And the board may or may not know another source of revenue through the enforcement action piece. Not only is the permit that generates 2 times the original fee, but also the citation capabilities through the last year's town ordinance that affords my department and as well as zoning the ability to levy fees on a daily basis for violations. I have some significant, several of those in process right now that are 5-figure fees. So that is factored here. Some of which was not factored here that are just in the last week or so. So I would agree with the suggestions of the board members that there is some room for potential increases in these lines.
Would you be able to help us? Maybe if you don't have time to do it now, like over the next couple of days with the updated information that you have, to be able to tell us some lines that maybe you would feel comfortable increasing some of these revenue lines?
Yes.
Okay.
No
I don't want to put you on the spot now. Think about it, what your thoughts are, and maybe get it to our chairman or something like that.
I'll vote for 3.5 weeks, so
Yeah.
you have a little.
Almost another month of actual.
That'd be great.
No problem. Happy to work with Tom in the finance department as well to get those numbers.
Can you take us through your expense numbers on page 56?
Yes, sir. Starting on page 56, there's my expense lines, starting with the decreases related to longevity bonus. That's contractual. The rental and storage line decreased by 2,500. I would point out that is possible due to efficiencies made by the acquisition of our newest tractor, which we did take delivery of on February 17th. So with that, it gives us the capability to perform those duties in-house instead of having to rent equipment for that specific duty. And then the other two budget lines, maintenance and repair of equipment and maintenance and repair of buildings and grounds were reduced for a total of $18,000 in reductions. Actually, a little more, not counting longevity. The other minor increases were related to contractual obligations, as previously discussed, that are minor in nature. Going through the capital outlay at 57000 remains at zero, as well as it has been not as there's nothing in this item at this time. There was some discussion I had with the First Selectman's office, Board of Select people during that hearing regarding a boat that would be shared by the department and the Shellfish Commission. The commission will also partially fund that based on being on this meeting tonight. I'm aware of the need versus want theme. I would point out that this is a need since our wooden boat is dangerous. I wouldn't put anyone, including myself, in that boat any longer. That's been explained in my vehicle, vessel, and equipment replacement plan, which, like I said, you haven't seen it, but maybe receive that before the next meeting. It is wood. It has holes in it. It's double its lifetime. For funding, I have an updated price as of 2 days ago. A new boat that is made of aluminum is $34,228. Split between the Shellfish Commission's Shellfish Fund, which they've approved. The half price would be $17,114. To that point, I do get a roughly $10,000 grant from Save the Sound every year to perform water sampling activities between May and October using this boat. That leaves us with roughly $7,000 remaining, and I think in either in my budget line or a combination of the Shellfish's operating budget line, we'd be able to reduce that to just a few thousand. And that item is not on here, so I wanted to bring that to this board's attention.
Yeah, so.
Where's the boat?
Yeah.
On the boat, it's not in the budget.
The boat in the budget?
It's not in the budget.
It came up during Board of Selectmen.
Yeah,
We're
okay.
talking about. It gets us like 500,000 in the revenue. 30.
Buy a nice boat.
Or boat.
So,
That sounds fair.
Mr. Bishop, I just want to summarize for what's in the request currently, what's in the book. We've got payroll related stuff that's contractual, it's easy. You've got savings on the rental line and the maintenance and repair line. Those are savings that we're enjoying because you took delivery of the new tractor recently. Other than that, you're staying flat. But separate from what's in the book, you're also letting us know that there's a boat that needs to be replaced. It's roughly, you've priced it out to be roughly $34,000. That would be split between conservation and the Shellfish Commission. And there's also a grant available to you to partially offset that. Is that it in a nutshell?
Correct. We receive that grant every year to perform
Okay.
that unified water study sampling.
And how much was that grant? 10?
Roughly 10,000.
That's in there?
That's not in this packet as revenue.
Expense.
Boat's not in here.
Okay.
Is there 10 grand in the budget?
Is it correct? Correct. So it's not in the book. All right.
So we don't have to worry about
Okay.
it right now.
All right. So, thank you. Any questions on the expense side? Mr. Wall?
So does any of your responsibilities have to do with Long Island Sound at all?
Yes, as far as the shellfish program that does live in line department, the department uses the boat to perform duties for the Shellfish Commission, including spreading shell and clams and other shellfish. We use a boat to do some maintenance from a marine's perspective, as well as the water sampling. Like I said, that grant program for the Unified Water Study in Southport Harbor goes from Memorial Day to Halloween. We provide that data. Those are early mornings as required. It's an EPA funded program through Save the Sound. We collect water quality data and samples that get shipped to Save the Sound's lab in Larchmont. We do use the boat for other things, cutting invasive species on the marine environment, and other things. So it is a shared piece of equipment between the two.
Okay. This could be between you and also for our first select person, Ms. Vitale. Is there any, I've been hearing a couple people discuss privately, there's an investor trying to raise some money to, he's claiming that he has rights to put in clam fields off of Jennings Beach. Do you know about this? Anybody know about this?
I have not heard that.
Okay. Do you know if there's any right, and saying the same thing about being able to put a restaurant at Jennings Beach, a for-profit restaurant? I find this strange, so I'm just asking now that we're talking about shellfish.
Put out a request for information.
did
because
hear
People
that.
have asked about developing Jennings, putting a restaurant at Jennings Beach. Not an RFP, just to find out
What if people would do it?
what the cost would be, if there'd be any improvement to the infrastructure there. I mean, it's come up over the years. It'd be nice to have as we're looking for ways of generating revenue. It was in the strategic plan. That was called like years ago, that developing the waterfront. So Parks and Rec has discussed it. So just wanted more information, but nothing moving forward or just really getting information.
Okay, but Tim, if you guys were if somebody wanted to do stuff off our shore and put oyster farms and start harvesting or clams, they'd have to come to your department, or is that shellfish?
Yeah, that would be the Shellfish Commission, but they would have to get approval from the Shellfish Commission, and then the State Department of Agriculture, Bureau of Aquaculture is the regulatory authority. Right now, that's not a conditionally approved bed, and the town Shellfish Commission is not issuing commercial permits, so I don't see that happening.
All right, thank you. This is a weird question for you, so I think it's more for the first selectman, Tim, but why is your salary so little for a director position of the department? 140,000. Most of the departments are well into the 150,000 or above range. And you seem to stand out as a department head that's be on the lighter side of that. $10,000 south of that.
I appreciate you asking.
I think you're worth it, Tim. So that's why I'm asking.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. I appreciate that.
I'm trying to
wanna
cut
remain-
costs, but
I do want to remain sensitive to, the earlier discussion that started tonight. But coincidentally, it would be a year to the day tomorrow that I was here, and you actually had the discussion with Selectman Gerber, who did agree to increase my salary in step the question was raised to, similar to, at the Board of Selectmen, Selectwoman Kupchak brought this up. And notice the compression, as you can see on page 57. And I do know that the First Selectman's office now does have some does have a study and some data related to department head salaries. I don't have that data yet, but my point is, last year, a year to the day tomorrow, my salary increased from 120 to 140, and this year was supposed to go to 160, according to the discussion from this board last year. So I'm happy. I'm
Well,
happy. the board
that's
indicated-
good. That's good, because the
But,
communications director was on a
You better
course
get
to
us
get
more
high-
revenue.
higher than you at some point.
I just, department head, salary adjustments are being held in contingency, which we will discuss with the board in executive session when that item comes before.
I just wanted to ask
The
you,
executive and the communications director, being that it was my department and wanted to be transparent about that publicly, we put it in our budget, and it was based on a conversation that was had with Mr. Gerber. So
is every department head in that contingency amount that we're gonna talk about? Or did any department head get a raise within this budget separately?
everything's in the contingency for the department heads,
Exception of.
with the exception of the communications director.
So the communications director could go up even higher?
It was already done.
Or
If they're union, they're
not, if, well, no, yeah, non-union, for non-union.
non-union.
And you'll see increases if there were a new position. So if you're looking at the position to position,
Yeah.
and there's been turnover, that the salary, that's for fiscal year 27, current salary of new people that have been hired since it was passed.
Okay, so anybody that was new that was hired, if there's an increase, it's because that's what they were hired at. And then they're also potentially gonna get another raise that's in contingency? Well,
Any, I don't want to get too far in terms of discussing that because it's in contingency and we'll discuss it in executive session. But just in terms of, and correct me if I'm wrong, that in terms of budgeting for department heads, that the salary in there now for fiscal year 27 requested is the current fiscal year 26, because the boards approve fiscal year 26 department head salaries. The cost of living increase last year was held in contingency. The Board of Select Persons then voted on those cost of living adjustments. And there were 2 years that got adjusted. And the current salary that's in fiscal year 27 is the current salary. The differential between fiscal year 26 and 27, those two cost of living increases for some people. And for some people, they're new hires. So the differential may just be that it's a different person in the role and was hired at a different salary.
We vote on the contingency budget.
Yeah,
at some
you vote-
point.
yes.
Yeah, and we'll share the contingency budget in executive session. In addition to keeping funds aside for those open contracts, there's also money in the fund for adjustments to department head salaries. As Mr. Bishop said, the town has went out with a consultant do a compensation and classification study. That just came back. Our new HR director is reviewing it right now. Once we get some more information, we can share that. She did share that nobody is range. Nobody right now is under the range, but we can look at certain, salaries we may want to take a closer look at. And this is the discussion I think best for executive session.
Thank you.
Thank you. I did have one question, Mr. Bishop, on the on page 57 where you are, the personnel summary is broken down. Did you have turnover at the administrative support line? And that's why it's reflected as going down year over year.
Yes, there was,
Salad.
that position is full. I am fully staffed at 8.5. There was a big gap there, where it was difficult to hire a quality, part-timer. And there was even a slight gap. Oh, I'm sorry, you're relating to the full-timer, sorry. Yeah, that was due to retirement, so that position was filled in the fall
At a lower level.
at a lower rate, yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I understood the drop. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any following questions? Not hearing any. Thank you very much, Mr. Bishop. Really appreciate your time. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you.
Okay. So that will take us to our next department, which is Health and Welfare, number 6010. Presenting tonight should be Director Sands Cleary, although I don't see him on the board. Okay, good.
I'm here.
Great. Before we get started, I just wanted to point out that the budget for this item can be found on page 153 of the hard copy and 163 of the online PDF version. If there's any public comment related to this department, I'll take that now. Not seeing any on the online and not seeing any in the room, we can turn it over to Mr. Cleary to take us through his budget. Mr. Cleary, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate your support and the board support over the years. And I'm sorry for not being there in person. I am quarantining myself due to a cold today. And so I will protect you all by being here. So in terms of revenue, we've gone with the 3-year average that we typically do, which is about a 3.5% increase. Our rates typically go up 2% every year. It's built into our rates. So we'll see a slight increase in revenue. Do you want me to pause for revenue questions?
Yeah, let's pause between revenue and expense.
Okay.
I guess I'll just start by asking, I appreciate the simplicity around a 3-year average, but are there any line items individually that you think should not use the simplistic approach? Are you aware of anything that would potentially lower the revenue for some reason, or another in the other direction might increase revenue?
No, our revenue is relatively stable. It's, number of food service licenses, number of septic permits, that fluctuates a little bit. Number of certificates of rental occupancy can fluctuate a little bit, but it's relatively consistent, although last year we did see an increase. But, it's how many barbers and cosmetology salons, nail salons do we have? How many pools do we have? Those numbers don't change that frequently. So we generally see a slight increase. And it comes down to, some of the changes come down to how many temporary events there are in town, how many itinerant vendors we get. We've seen a year-round farmers market going on now that pulls in some additional revenue, but that's sort of normalized in there now.
Okay. Great. Mr. Myers.
Yes, hi. Who determines the fees that you charge? Are these state determined or can you set your own fees?
We can set our own fees. We did a fee study a few years back and adjusted our fees to be comparable to our neighboring rates. And then we built in with the Board of Health approval to have an annual 2% increase. So we thought that was a reasonable increase, and we've maintained that for a number of years now. So our rates do go up gradually every year to keep pace with other fees.
Yeah, and 2% would be below the rate of inflation generally. Is there any thought about revisiting that with another fee study anytime soon?
We haven't been asked to. We haven't done that. We took the approach that gradually raising our rates every year, trying to be reasonable to the establishments that we license and regulate. But again, we can look at that if we're asked to. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think your approach is reasonable, but I do think that if you're trailing inflation over, say, 10 years, you may fall behind. So you may want to think about revisiting that on a regular basis. And it doesn't have to be every year, maybe every 5 years or every 10 years, but something to keep in mind. Mr. Walsh.
Okay.
Interesting if we just raise the rates every year by whatever the tax increase went up.
Yeah.
like we could go up 4.5% this year. This way we know that our revenue is keeping track of what our expenses are.
Well, I think if you look at our revenue budget, not specifically for this department, but overall, our revenue increases have exceeded the expense increases, which has helped keep the overall increase lower. But point duly taken. Ms. Verderio.
Howard, yeah. When is the last time you said you did that fee study?
I would have to go back to the records, but it's been a while, pre-COVID, I would say we did it a number of years ago. And with the understanding that we built in an increase that will go up gradually every year and, that would take care of the need to do repetitive studies, but we
So-
can do that.
The 2% that you're adding every year, when you compared yourself to other towns, how much, do you have any idea what they were raising their rates every year was? Because it's a very
Most-
low percentage, 2%. So like Westport or whatever towns, is that a public thing? I mean, you could pull their budget and see what their increase is. Probably.
Again, we could do that with a rate study. Most health departments that I'm aware of do not have an automatic increase built in like we do. And so most of them will maintain their rates for a time period and then they'll readjust. But again, we decided some years ago to do the annual increase.
And then, Tom, I am gonna ask if we could see where we are, and get some numbers on where our run rate is. It might be interesting to say.
That's that question. Right now, where we are?
Oh, you have it?
Yeah. 2026. Budget's 285,595. Right now, I'm reading this right, we're at $80,088.
That sounds terrible.
Yeah, but listen to this though. For 2024 the budget was 237,730. The actual was 274, so that's a $36,000. 2025 was 298,100. The actual was 232 for 33,000 and change. So
Does more of the fees hit in the like spring and summer? Is it just
Yeah, is there seasonality to your?
holiday or something?
Fees?
Yes. Most of our fees come in the latter half of the year. So
Okay, so-
our restaurant fees will come in end of January, February. Then we have, different, the cosmetology and other things will come in. Temporary events will pick up a little bit in the spring. Septic system permits will pick up again. So we're weighted a little bit towards the latter half of the year. I don't expect, us to come in, I expect us to hit our number at least. Yeah.
they've been about, for 25 and 24, they've been, $34,000 over, more than what was budgeted. So it's not like a huge amount.
Okay.
Will it stretch at 50?
Any other questions on revenue? Okay. Ms. Cleary, can you take us through the
Sure.
expense side?
So on all the line items I have control over, I have maintained a zero increase or have reduced it. You will see some of the payroll related line items have gone up a fair amount. That's due to contractual obligations that have changed and the related impact of that. For example, our payroll has gone up. But that impacts our overtime since the cost is more, and some changes in how some of the staff are paid, it has yielded some increases in overtime costs. And so I've reflected that here. But that's all related to those union contracts. But everything else is zero or a reduction.
Yes, Mr. Myers.
I realize that the contingency for like a nurse's union contract could be for many years, depending on how long it took to resolve that contract, correct? So could you tell me that increase from 2.17532 to the 1.7? How many years payroll was built into that contingency?
How many years the contract was open? I believe it was 2, but I don't, I'll check that.
Can you find out?
Yeah.
How much of that?
my understanding that, in having discussion with the finance department, that the increase here is representative of the what is more like 2 years of increases for a couple different unions that are within our department.
It just seems like more than 2 or 3 years of increases, unless increases for 8% a year. Right?
Yeah, and the only difference, and again, this is the selectman brought this up, is that what we're trying to do, what we've requested this year, is to take 2 part-time positions and to convert them to 1 full-time position. So we would lose 2 part-time nurses and have that become 1 full-time position. So from a salary standpoint, it's $100 difference, $100 increase from a salary standpoint. But it would just be the benefits related to that, which would be using the number that was discussed earlier tonight, 30%, which would be, a nurse makes starting nurse makes $69,000 for a 10-month position. And they would have the benefits of around 21,000 or so, given the 30% figure.
All right, well, given that it's contingency, and I know there's a lot of sensitivity to that, we can discuss it at that point, but because it's a mix of percentages and a part-time being moved in, so it's not a simple answer, so it might take a little bit more of an analysis, because this is a huge, this is like.
Are you looking at which
I'm
one?
looking at the top line, regular payroll going up 400.
I got it. I was looking at the specific.
Yeah.
And there's really there's no explanation for it because it's in this contingency fund, which.
Wait a second.
No, it's on this next page. There's
Next
an
page.
increase on
So,
10 positions. Nurses, full-time 10 months. There's 23 of those.
They must have negotiated a raise.
Yeah, how? I mean, Sans, I just stepped out of the room for a second. Can you explain to me, we're adding 1 full-time nurse, works 10 months. And the salary line's going up by $440,000.
Yeah, but that's not.
Yeah, so regarding the salary line item, that's, I don't calculate that. It's just really comes down to that is related to what the union contracts dictate. And so again, I can't account for that big of a number other than what the union contracts dictate. The only part that we're requesting is that we're would be changing 2 part-time positions into 1 full-time, and there would be a neutral salary impact or salary increase, and about a $20,000 to $25,000 benefits increase is the request. But so you'll see on the next page, the positions going down and 1 full-time part-time positions going down, 1 full-time going up.
Yeah, it's just at $440,000, I'd rather keep the person a part-time.
that's
Yeah.
Is it, sorry.
It hits in that 1 year, right? We should really know how many years. I mean, come on. We know it's more than 2 probably. It can't be more than 3. Or how many years could the salary not, how many years is the contract for?
It's settled last year, so it was, I think it was 2 or 3,
They settled on a
But let's just assume it was 3, because this number is too big for it to be 2. That would be at least 5% a year.
I could take the exact number.
Yeah. And then the part-time going to full-time, which would be 100% of whatever this makes. I mean, what can I ask? What is the budgeted amount for the full-time nurse that was part-time?
So the two part-time nurses salaries was $69,000, and the full-time nurse will be $69,000 as well. But it'll be about $100 more overall in salary. And then just the benefit cost of the full-time nurse, which given the 30% figure would probably be around $21,000.
Right. Yeah, Mr. Matola.
Didn't we used to, if I'm understanding what the issue is here? So if a union contract was settled there had to be retroactive type payments. Didn't we used to have like on the salary line here, the individual ones, wasn't there like a footnote that like said 2 next to it to indicate this is for 2 years? Didn't we have that, Jim Walsh?
Yeah.
So,
Before me.
yeah, it would be before.
Yeah, and I just want to try to level set on this issue. We're looking at the top line, page 155, regular payroll. It's increasing by 489K. We know that some of that is headcount related. And we also know that that one headcount should add roughly, round numbers, 69,000 to that. So if we normalize, take that one person out, take the 69,000 out, that number would have increased by 420,000. That's the increase related to raises related to the contractual agreement that was spread over 2 or 3 years. And that's the open question, right?
What percent is that?
That's forward. Yeah. It's hard to, because it spans
This
both.
contract is 2024 to 2020.
So it's a 4-year.
It is.
4 year.
Yeah.
No, we
That-
have the
That makes more sense.
It's a 4-year contract.
This is 4 years.
It's been settled retroactive.
Yeah, there was some of that. Okay.
We'll find out.
Thank you.
If it was proactive, we would have made it out of contingency. We would have had the money in the contingency account for that. So how are
I think it's about just reflecting that the
Then it gets-
the proposed number is now up and it wasn't reflected.
Okay.
So you're seeing like 4 years of
Getting
increase.
it.
Even if you took the $69,000 out, right? 300 and something $1,000. It's almost like 20%. 20% over 3 years, that would be 6 point something percent.
It's 4 years, but it's still a high number. Yeah.
We need to figure out what the contract called for the increase and how many years it's been compounded for.
Nurses are tough negotiators.
So, okay, yes, Amy.
Second career.
I'm just curious,
5,255.
isn't it already set? Like is there any, do we have any move here to take that down? Because I think, isn't it already negotiated?
No, I think it's just understanding it.
So so I'm sorry, so the full-time, the regular salary was what, $69,000?
For one person,
Okay,
one nurse.
So
I mean, it's gone up 44,000 per person. You take that increase in that and 10 or 23 nurses, no, it's less, right?
23.
23, yeah, so it's less, it's like, sorry.
but if I could add,
Yeah.
that salary increase includes all our other staff increases as well.
Yeah.
So our environmental inspectors, our health educator, our assistant directors, our nursing supervisor, myself, our part-time staff are in the nurses are unionized. So that includes, increases for 16 other part-time nurses is negotiated in the contract, as well as our other positions, that we have for health aides and audiometric aides and other part-time clerks. It includes all those increases. It's not that increase isn't solely related to the nurses.
Yes, 33 people. Yeah.
33 plus 21 part.
Well, but the part-time is reflected on the next line. Yeah.
And in addition to the full-time and part-time, we have our sub-nurses, which we have quite a few of those that work, and that comes out of that's reflected in the temporary payroll line item. And so that they also received an increase, but that's not reflected in that change in the regular payroll.
Okay. Mr. McCullough.
So, hey, Sands, are you a union member?
I am not. No, I'm a department head.
All right, it says the print. So don't take this question the wrong way. It's more probably
The question I'm about to ask.
the administration. I thought we said a few minutes ago
Yep, we did.
that we did, you know what I'm gonna say. Sands,
He is in
Again,
contingency.
This is
He's in
for the
contingency.
increase that you're looking at,
yeah,
year over year. This is 27 is that's the current salary.
27 is what he's making now.
What he's
Gotcha.
making now.
Okay, sorry,
It's a
thank you.
contingency.
I thought 26. Okay.
So it's, that increase is what he's making now, because fiscal year 26 shows before the cost of living adjustments. And there were
Alright.
2 years of cost of living adjustments, which is reflected in the fiscal year 27 number.
And in addition to that, I was eligible for I hit 15 years as a department head in 2004, and they made that change a little over a year later of paying me that or adjusting my salary to the 15-year longevity step. So that is 2 years of cost of living increases plus the 3% longevity step.
So just so I understand, so when we're looking at the 27 throughout this book number, that's what the department head is making now.
Current salary.
Current salary, that's what.
I thought it was 26.
That's
think that
my
too?
current salary.
All right, that's throughout the budget book, right? guys?
Correct, yes,
Okay,
for
thank
department heads.
you. For department heads, yes. All right, thank you.
Okay, so I have a question on your.
Congratulations, Sans. 15 years. Well deserved.
Thank you.
deserve.
Absolutely.
I hit 30 years with the town this past summer, and
Nice.
now I'm at 17 years as department head. Thanks.
Nice.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Well, thank you for your service in all sincerity.
Safe.
But I do want to ask about these services, so. Just looking at the request, I appreciate that you're down a couple $1,000s on that line, but it is still well above where spending had been the previous years of actuals that we're seeing. Is there room to take that down, or do you need to spend that on something specific?
Well, so that line item has some things that are hard in there. So we have our medical advisors get paid out of our fees and professional services. That's about $14,000 of that money, and then we have other related costs for things like our strategic plan and our community health improvement plan that we work with the hospitals and other health departments in the region to collectively participate in. That's $8,000 to $10,000 there. So again, I took it down because when I added up the numbers for this year, it was less, so I took it down. But again, I can see, if you look back to 24, we were right up around 31.7, so we were at 32. So maybe a few $1,000s, but I wouldn't, if the goal is not to.
I don't think we're looking to nickel and dime any of the department heads. So appreciate the candor. Cutting by $2,000 will not move on the bottom line for any of our taxpayers. And I personally don't want to constrict you to the point where it impairs your ability to do what you do. But thanks for the detail. But Mr. Penley.
Yeah, thanks. Hi, Sans. Remind me, are you guys still in a trailer by senior center? Where is the health department?
So the health department staff is the public health nursing, and our community health staff are in the old portables behind the senior center. They're still there. Our administration and environmental health program is within the Sullivan Independence Hall, and we have, a nurse or more in every school in town, public and private.
Okay. So what's in the portables? Say it again.
So we have our nursing supervising staff. We have our clinic room there. We have our health educator there, epidemiologist, and we have our community health coordinator there. And so there's several staff there in that building.
Yeah.
Mr. Walsh.
Sans, on your expense budget, a number that jumps off the page, I mean, it's not a dramatic number in dollar wise, but is your overtime earnings going up 166%.
Yeah. Yeah. I
And
mean,
it seems to bounce around a little bit, but it's been, 3-4 years ago it was $2,800, and now all of a sudden it's 12,000. Well, what's the overtime line for, and why are you
Sure.
budgeting it to go up so much?
So you'll see that if you look at the 25 actuals, it jumped up. And one of the reasons behind that is the nurses contract switched the nursing staff from what was salary to hourly. And so now when the nurses in their contract are staff meetings once a month. And so those staff meetings now, being that they're hourly, are paid at an overtime rate. So that adds about $8,000 to $9,000 a year. We're trying to look at ways to schedule those more efficiently so that we're not incurring overtime costs, but that is an impact of the contract. In addition, we have a farmer's market that is on a Sunday nearly all year round, and that Sunday is expensive overtime costs. We don't go every week, but we go quite regularly. And so that incurs some costs there. And so that's the reason for the change.
Just a couple of things. If they're charging overtime to go to a staff meeting, why wouldn't we just have them be at the public schools and start at 10 o'clock in the morning as opposed to 9? Just make it up, make it work. Why? I don't understand how this contract got negotiated that way.
We need nurses in the schools though,
Yeah.
when kids are in school. Like we can't have kids in the building without a nurse being in the building.
Okay.
Yeah. So the nursing staff meetings are traditionally,
Ridiculous.
it's
Contract
for
is
them.
crazy. Go ahead.
It's for them, again, historically, it's been just was a part of their salary that they would come and, once a month have a staff meeting. Sometimes it's for continuing ed credits. And other times it's for updates and the like. And, it used to be part of their salary, but now given the change in the contract, we have to pay them.
We need to pay them for their continuing ed time?
It's not just continuing ed, it's their, basically monthly staff meetings to improve the efficiencies and to review policies and to, changes in issues and regulations and the like.
These are when the school hours are closed, you make them come in to do this?
They come in after school hours, yes. The supervisor has worked to try and schedule those on days when the schools are closed, but the nurses are still staff, like education days for the teachers, professional education days. And so we'll schedule some of those on those days to reduce that cost. But when we ran the numbers, that was what the impact to overtime was. But we're continuing to look at how can we lessen that cost.
Okay. Are they work on a school schedule? Like, do they get all the vacation time that like teachers get, like where over the holiday break in December, do they have to work or don't have to work? It seems like there's a bunch of that time, then there's spring break, and then just seems like be a lot of time. But are they being paid basically under their contract by whatever the school schedule is? Like a teacher?
They're paid for 10 months and they follow the school, the school that they're at, they follow that calendar for their work. And so they are paid similar to how teachers are paid. When teachers have professional ed development days and there's no students in the building, those days we're trying to utilize for staff meetings at this point, trying to lessen the cost of that overtime cost. But generally they're a 10-month position, so they're paid according to the number of days they work. So it's built into their contract of the 182 school days plus a couple other days in addition to that for post and pre-school work needed to set up the office and enter physicals and check immunization records and all the like.
10th-month job plus a bunch of time off for about 6 weeks, probably during the school year.
It's similar to a teacher's position.
Yeah.
Yes.
Any other questions for Mr. Cleary? All right, Sands, thank you so much for your time tonight. Appreciate
Quite
your
welcome.
patience. And appreciate all the.
Thanks, you.
All right. Good night, everyone.
I do see a hand up online. Is Jason still with us, and can we unmute Jason so that we can take his comment?
Yes, Jason here.
Yes, Jason.
How you doing?
We just asked that you restrict your time to 3 minutes.
You got it. I'm the department head of Reef Shack. And I'd love to make $140,000. I want to clarify, I think I might have missed it, but there are $635,000 allocated to 5 police officers on Reef Road. On top of their salary. It goes back to the wetlands and all this stuff that's happening on that road. Can somebody explain to me why $635,000 is going there? Please?
I'm not sure I'm following the point specifically. Where are you seeing 635,000?
It's called like, you guys call it resiliency or something, and then you have 5 cops patrolling 100 yards.
Tonight's discussion is related to our operating budget.
Well, that's part of the budget, isn't it?
It is, but if you want to submit your question in writing, we could probably give it more attention. Tonight's discussion has been focused on the administrative departments, health and welfare, and a couple of our finance departments.
I thought that the 490 million was part of this, you know?
We have one day on our calendar specifically for public comment. That is Saturday morning, March 28th. Will be held at, I think is it Ward or
Ward,
Ludlow?
I think it's Ward.
Ward this year, at 9 a.m. You're welcome to come and make comments there.
I will, yes, just take a look at that number, please.
And I would encourage you, if you have a specific question, if you submit that, the email through the town website to the board, so we can direct that to them.
Yes, I will. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jason.
Bye-bye.
Okay, back to the finance department, department number 3090. It is for the tax plus collector. Thank you for your patience. We have, I'm going to get this wrong, David Plukowski. Pluzewski. Close. Pluzewski. Pluzewski. All right.
Or you can just say Dave Kelly.
Okay.
Started around the same time, so that's what everyone would call me, and it was just easier.
All right, I've made a note here. Thank you for your patience. Again, this starts on page 97 of the hard copy, page 107 of the online. I don't see any additional comments on slides in the public and no one in the room, so we'll turn it right over to you. So
I was gonna say, before I get started, I feel a little nostalgic here because I haven't sat in this chair in this meeting since, I want to say, 2019. So, wow. Before COVID.
Well,
I felt like coming in person tonight, and I do find it a much better experience than over Zoom. So with that said, my name is David Kluzewski. I'm the tax collector out of Fairfield. Really quick, just a backdrop of my department in terms of my chart makeup of my department. So as tax collector, I report to the CFO. And then under me, I have a unique situation. Now I have 6.2 employees, if you include myself. So we're an office of 6.2, and that is because reporting to me would be the deputy tax collector. Then we have a delinquent tax collector, and then 3 clerks or cashiers, they're called. And then in addition, I say 0.2 because we have a sewer collector where 0.8 of their salary is paid out of WPCA, and then another 0.2 is paid out of my budget. And, part of that was when I started, my kind of welcome package to the town was a position was cut from my office, 3 months on the job. And so took about 5 years of just navigating and being short-staffed to getting to a point now where we're really able to offer a great service to the residents. We've had changes such as brought in this sewer position. We reduced car taxes down from 2 installments down to 1. So, we're really not behind the 8 ball. And so with that sewer position, it's great because, and we're one of the only towns in the state that collects real estate taxes 4 times a year. Collect sewer use for WPCA twice a year. But usually July and January may be the busier times for real estate, especially July, obviously, but sewer is collected in the alternating years, months, October and April. So we have that situation where this person in the sewer position is able to assist us in July and January when we're much busier with tax. So as I mentioned, tax collector's office, we're a high volume, customer focused department. We process over 170,000 payments or transactions a year. And I'm very proud of my staff because they continue to maintain an exceptional collection rate year after year while providing very strong customer service to our residents. We have residents that will come into the office. They don't have taxes to pay. They love our staff. I've been to many tax offices across the state. I was in West Hartford the other week. They had chairs for the taxpayers. And I said, well, that's great, but if we had chairs, they would never leave. So I don't have chairs for the taxpayers. I mean, we have chairs if someone is standing for a while and they need to take a break, but I don't have chairs because I think people come back and never leave. And then, traditionally as tax collector, I'm often the bearer of bad news. So I'm here actually, I'm kind of going a little long here, but I actually have some good news. And as tax collector, I always like to bring out good news because I don't often get to do that. So some of the good news I have is that since January, we have a few new things in the office to report. First, one of the most requested items from our residents is they want to pay by credit card in the office. I've been here almost 10 years. We've always had the option to pay online, but we've never had that ability to pay in person. Part of the holdup was I said to myself, if we're going to do this, I want to do it the right way. So many towns offer credit cards in person, but the issue is you have to go to a separate counter. The cashier has to take your credit card. They have to key enter the information. It takes a lot of time. It clogs up the line of taxpayers. So I'm happy to say that we now have a system in place where all 3 cashiers have their own credit card terminal. They do not handle anyone's credit cards. The taxpayer, when they pay by credit card, it's as if they're walking into Stop and Shop or any retail store. They can tap, they can insert the chip into the machine. They can see the amount on the screen. So the experience is as if they were paying anywhere else. Unfortunately, there is a service fee. Municipalities are allowed to charge a fee. We don't take that fee. The third party that provides the service, they collect that fee. But in the 2 months that we've had it, I found even though there is that fee, it is very popular. If people don't have cash and they'll pay that fee. They don't want to go run back home or run to the bank or to an ATM. So it has been, again, a very requested item, and it has been, so far so good. It's been running very well and very popular. 2.65%.
You have people literally coming in for a $30,000 real estate tax bill and giving you a credit card and running?
No, generally, so.
Your auto, right?
So my cashiers would never encourage someone to pay by credit card for an amount like that. It's typically for car taxes. if they're gonna pay online with an amount like that, usually it's a conversation we have over the phone. They're paying online, not in person. And that's when we encourage them to pay by e-check because that's a flat fee of 50 cents.
Actually, a question, just so while we're here. Do you think people are paying by credit card on some of the car taxes because we require it to be paid in one lump sum once a year? And they just don't have the money available, or they used to budget it for twice a year payments. Now it's just once, and they say, I don't have it. I need to pay it, so I'll put it on my credit card. I'll take the 22% interest charge until I pay it down. But I can't afford it because I might be a young person and I have a low paying job. So whatever. So it's just, you know, I've heard these stories. This is what kind of we were worried about. I think it's great for your department, but the fear, I think, last year, whenever the client decided to do this, was what about somebody who's young, who now has to pay it, you know, and you start seeing this on social media, people like complaining, I'll just use that word, complaining about it, that this, you know, they have multiple cars, various children who are working jobs. And now all of a sudden, that whole bill becomes due July 1st, along with their real estate taxes. So do you think some people are doing that because they just can't afford to,
What I'm finding more of is the younger generation, they want to pay by credit card. They don't have cash. That's just how they pay things. So what we find it's more a case of just, it's not that they don't have the money, it's just how they want to pay. But the main reason is, so with delinquent motor vehicle taxes, I'm required per state law to report those delinquencies to the DMV. It puts a flag on their account. The police can, even if they pull them over, can't issue a ticket for having a flag of delinquent taxes, but they'll do us a favor and say, hey, do you realize that you also have a flag on your account that says delinquent taxes? And then they can't register a new car, re-register a current car. Essentially, if you owe any motor vehicle tax in your name, you have a truck and a car, but you've paid the truck tax, but you want to register the truck, but you didn't pay the car, you have to pay everything in your name. And so one way that we can further assist people with that is we have to require, and it is in our local ordinance, that delinquent motor vehicle is paid. We can't accept personal checks. So it used to be just cash, money order, certified bank check. And that's where the frustration arose, was people would just show up with their checkbook, no cash, and obviously credit cards. And then we would have to say, sorry, you need clearance for DMV. We can't accept your check. It has to be cash. Well, here's my credit card. And we say, well, we don't accept credit cards. And they moan and groan, they walk away, and maybe they come back that same day, maybe they don't. But, you know, now we offer that option of, if you have to pay us with guaranteed funds, now you have this ability to pay by credit card, and we can see that payment has been approved, and then we can release them at the DMV.
all right, so now, I thought the only way you'd give clearance was paying cash. Now we'll take a credit card that's get an approval on?
Yeah.
When did that start?
That we've always done.
Okay.
It was just, we've never been able to offer it in the office where.
Oh, okay.
So online, we literally have a pop-up that when you go online to pay your taxes, we have like a pop-up window that shows up that explains, if you're paying delinquent motor vehicle and you need to register a vehicle, here's how the method. Hey, you can come into the office and pay cash. If you're right on the online system and you're about to pay online, you cannot do it by by EFT, electronic check. But the individuals that don't go online, they just come into our office because they go to register a car. The DMV says, oh, you have a flag with Fairfield. So then they leave the DMV, they drive over to us, but they don't have cash on them. So then that's where the frustration kind of boils over, because they've made the trip to the DMV, then they've made the trip to us. They got turned down by the DMV, got turned down by us, then they go off to the bank or the ATM. So, you know, I found it's been very popular alone in these 2 months, because we are reducing that issue of having to run around, especially when you're not aware right away that you can't come in. Now you can come in and pay by credit card if you don't have cash on you.
Good to know.
So the next service, we just implemented right around the same time, so what's very common in most municipalities is that you have an ordinance through state statute that allows you to withhold building permits for delinquent taxes. And we never had this ordinance in place. So through working with the town attorney, we adopted the ordinance this past summer. And then there was a little bit of delay in putting it into place because we wanted to manage it through the new online permitting system, Municity. And so now we have that up and running. I work back and forth with the building department, but all through Municity and through email. So I've worked in other municipalities where when you're managing this withholding of building permits, you're making the resident or the contractor walk from the building department over to tax office. There, we verify the taxes are paid, and then they walk back to the building department. So now there's little to no communication between myself and the contractor or the taxpayer. I'm just verifying taxes are paid, and they're moving forward with their building permit. Or I've already had a handful of these where they haven't paid their real estate or sewer tax, and we usually get payment that same day. So it's been very effective in increasing our revenue. That's great. And it's it basically takes care of itself. Their contractor tells them, hey, I can't move forward. You have back taxes, and then they're running in and paying that same day. That's great.
Isn't your best collection the DMV? Because you can't get your car registered. So if you're back to the property.
By far, but that only applies to motor vehicle, and then the building permit only applies to the property location and only for real estate or sewer use. So a business that's just renting a space, they haven't paid their personal property for their business. I can't stop a building permit for that. It has to deal with the location. If we have a resident in town that owns multiple properties, but they're just taking a building permit out for the property that's delinquent, or it's not delinquent, but they're delinquent on other properties, I can only tie it back to the property in question.
Mr. Gutierrez.
So I know last year during the budget, we had a lot of debate and ended up increasing this percentage for the tax collection.
Yeah.
And was the number that we ended up increasing it to the 99.01?
Yes.
So right now,
2025, I'm sorry.
No,
I think it was,
we were at, last year's budget was 99.13.
99.13.
Yes.
And what does this budgeting have as the number?
This one's 99.16.
Where are you seeing that, if you don't?
So if you turn to the very front of the book, summary section, page 5. Yeah, so,
Page 6, you said?
page 5, middle of the page, reserve for uncollected taxes, it's stated 99.12, but if you do the math, it's actually 99.13. And then in this, what's interesting though is if you look at the dollar amount of the reserve for uncollected taxes, the dollar amounts carry over. So because the numerator change, denominator changed, not the numerator, that's why it goes to 1.6 instead of 1.
So with all these new gadgets and stuff that we're having, and you're running at 99.24, it looks like that's a lever we would have again.
Absolutely.
We set this.
You set that up, John, personally?
No, the mill rate.
We do that, the net number, yes.
I was teasing. Yes. Okay, perfect.
Sorry, thank you. Please continue.
Yeah, so those are the two new items we have. Tax office, and then I guess with that, do we want to start with revenue?
Yeah, let's start with the revenue.
So back to what Ms. Ruggiero was talking about. So we've budgeted for a 99.16% collection rate. And that essentially is taking the previous 3 actual years, the average of those 3. Which I think is a very conservative, but also responsible projection, because what I find is I can't control the current year levy, but in terms of how I can control, say, the prior year and the interest by doing something like a tax sale or foreclosure where we can dictate what we bring in. So what I find with the current year is you have these trends that cause taxes to change. So, before COVID, a lot of the phone calls I was getting from taxpayers was, oh, I can't, this is too expensive. I'm getting out of this town or out of this state. And then we just saw this gradual increase where we reached 99% post-COVID, and it gradually went up each year post-COVID. But my concern is that it would make more sense to take the previous 3 actual years, the taxes went up. But obviously going backwards 3 years, it's slightly lower each year. Because with reval, I'm looking at, an estimated mill rate of 19.39. And obviously I don't have the exact mill rate, but I have that estimated mill rate. I have all the assessments, and I'm seeing very high increases everywhere from, a $500,000 home on the border of Bridgeport to, a $1 million home in the beach area. The increases I'm seeing are, going from $100 more a year to $5,000 more a year. So what I can't predict is we're gonna get residents that obviously are not happy, and some are just they're gonna come into the tax office and they're gonna, express their displeasure and then just pay it, but others may not. And that's something I can't assume.
Yeah, Mr. Fallon.
So on that idea, where the tax increases are gonna be of the $5,000 range, it's probably gonna be on a larger property, right? So do you have a sense of like, they'd be more likely to pay taxes? And I think there's probably a profile, a demographic of people who just will not have the wherewithal to pay their taxes. And I don't see them being in a property that is gonna have a $5,000 increase. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I'm just making.
And there's a lot of other factors at play too. So you have probably close to 45% of the property escrow. So where they're gonna really see the sticker shock is when they're not gonna get their tax bill in July. We probably have individuals that are not going through the appeals process for whatever reason. The letter just didn't, they didn't take it for what it is. Then they're gonna get their tax bill in July, and that's where the shock will hit. Or if you escrow, you'll get your escrow analysis in October or November. And that will be a hard pill to swallow when someone is told your mortgage has gone up $400 or $500 a month.
But at that point, like, you don't have an expectation that like, there's that many people who are just like, well, I'm not gonna pay my mortgage. Like, I think the escrow taxes are probably close to 100% of them are gonna get paid. And then I'm just wondering how much, if the premise is that, oh my gosh, the taxes are going up so much, which they're going up. Articles of mine are going up, and everyone on this board's going up, right? So if the premise is that that's gonna be such a burden that we need to cut this entire budget down to 0 increase. Is it really that burden? Are people not gonna pay their taxes, or are they gonna be able to pay their taxes?
It's hard to know because you have these increases, but you're also gonna see a decrease on your car taxes.
Well, but just to get to the point that you're still budgeting 99.16 collection rate, right? You haven't reduced it down, even though we have this big increase in taxes.
No, no, we're not reducing it, but I also think we're being conservative because we were 99.24 this previous fiscal year. We may be around that same range this current fiscal year. So my feeling is we shouldn't go above what what our collection rate has been last year and is probably going to be this year. So, we're dropping it a little bit. We're being conservative, but
by definition, if the trend is getting, that the collection rate is improving with a 3-year average, we're always kind of stay below where we were last year, right? So, and I understand your point. I think we all do. My question
Is it going up this year then, the collection?
you said it's improved up to 99.24.
Yeah.
My question though is you raised the point, like, there are a lot of people who have said, whether it's social media or just out on the streets or friends or family, who have said, can't afford to live in this town anymore, I'm gonna move. The taxes are just getting ridiculous. There will be some people who choose to move Fairfield. My question is, if they are delinquent in taxes, are they able to sell their home with, or is there, like, we basically have a tax lien on that?
Well,
that-
so we,
Taxes do.
yeah, we have a lien, so you just can't sell until, you know, the taxes are paid, so you can obviously set it up so the taxes are paid out of the proceeds of the sale.
Understood. Okay, I just want to clarify that point. That's how I thought it worked. Wasn't certain. So, okay. Questions on revenues?
Revenues?
Yeah.
Is there a tax sale that's in here? Any of your numbers?
There is.
Yes, there is, on the, if you take the combination of the prior year levy and interest, so with interest, it is, I'm sorry, with the prior year levy, it's planned at 3.25 million, with 1.5 million of that being out of a projected tax sale. And on the interest, we have 2.75 million. Approximately 1.2 million of that is projected tax sale.
Or could you, got it. Okay.
Give me those numbers again.
It's right up, it's on page 90.
Page 98.
Just above it.
Oh, it is. Right there. Okay. Do you have anything to do with the decision to do a tax sale for 27? Because it was supposed to be this year. Was that your decision at all?
So it was a combination of my recommendation along with the recommendation of the town attorney to hold off on FY 26 and project for next year for a couple of reasons. We've done tax sales the past two fiscal years. We did one in FY 24 and FY 25. So the feeling is if we project to do one in FY 27, or we do one this year, then, you know, there's not a lot of inventory to go from.
Why not just do a tax sale every year at a certain point? Like this, whatever it is, even if it's for $200,000, what's the problem with doing that? I mean, why not just consistently do it on a schedule? Like, if you're this far behind, we're selling that thing.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of municipalities will, in terms of if they need to raise revenue.
Yeah, but I don't think that should be the case. It's just kind of like more like what, it's the taxpayers' money. We should be getting that in. And if I'm a taxpayer now, some of that money that's being held for a number of years is partly my money. Partly Amy's money, partly Jim's, everybody here at the table, partly our money. Why don't we get it in more consistently? So when I'm living here, I'm only justifiably paying the taxes that I'm supposed to pay and everyone else is doing the same.
I know the city of Norwalk routinely does them, but they do it every 2 years.
I don't think most towns do it every year. I think here it's like every 2 years.
Yeah, I don't see why it can't be done every year. The company's just gonna buy it, you know, that they love it. They get their money. Plus they get the 18% interest, right? When they buy our
Well, no, this is not, the tax sale is, this is the town through myself and the town attorney. We conduct the auction, so the town collects the interest. We're not selling to a third party. That's a lien assignment.
Oh, okay. We're not
So
doing
this-
a lien assignment.
No. This is through town.
You can send the foreclosure notifications out.
Yes.
Okay, so you start a whole foreclosure against these people. That's what's gonna happen, right?
Well, this is what we've done. It's a non-judicial process that takes approximately 8 to 10 months. Because it's, you know, a couple months notification. And then once the auction actually occurs, it's another 6-month redemption period. And what we found is over the course of the last 2 years, we've had approximately 30 properties and only 2 have transferred title. Because the object of the sale is not to take the homes and sell them, it's to just get the taxes paid.
Do
It's
you
not
do
common
everybody,
that,
like after a certain number of years, like with this one in 27 that you have in your budget? Is it, how far behind do you have to be to join that list, or do you hand select people?
so, no, you don't hand select, you
Okay.
set a criteria. We hadn't done one in 10 years, well, 12, probably 12 years. And then a couple of years ago, the main reason why I suggested doing it was more because we had a lot of properties that had almost 15 years of taxes. And once you exceed, you can't collect a tax bill that's over 15 years old.
Yeah, the
So
lien only stays on for 15.
my feeling was, well, the town's about to lose money here if we don't take action. So that was the reason why we did it 2 years ago, and that was, the criteria was if you owed anywhere between 12 to 15 years. And then last year it was around the top 15 delinquents, and that would be the same for next year, which still, puts properties around 8 to 12.
Top delinquents by dollar amount?
Yes, top 15 by dollar amount.
Okay, what does that have to do with anything? Because if the town's behind for 5 years, shouldn't they be doing something about it?
I mean, you just have to set a criteria, so you're not coming across as picking and choosing. Ever, we wouldn't pick and choose. We would-
Why wouldn't you take like all of them that are due 6 years, 5 or 6 years out? Just do every single one.
Well, I mean, for me, it was.
That'd be the criteria, every single.
For me, it was the last couple of years, the town is asking for anywhere between 5 or 6 million combined between prior year and interest. And I know I can't collect that unless I do something additional like a tax sale. So the concern is if I just went after everyone that owed, 3 or 5 years, then, and I collect well above and beyond the 5 or 6 million. And then next year I'm asked to collect another 5 or 6 million. I don't know where I'm getting that from.
So you're basically being told by the finance department how much money you need. And that becomes, and then you work criteria around it to get to that number.
Smoothing the
And
budget.
and to make sure that you have that the following year. Is that correct? I mean, it sounds like you're smoothing it.
No, he hasn't been told by the finance department to arrive at a number. We have considered whether or not we do a tax sale this year. And I think one of the things we will consider, we do realize that, there's money owed to the town. We also realize that, we look at this in terms of where we are in terms of our budget. And I think from a financial perspective, that's one of the ways we should look at it. But I don't think, Dave hasn't been told that he has to take a particular action. But I do think that it's worth us having a discussion about whether we have a more standardized process in place. So
I think it should be that way, otherwise.
I think it's something we will consider. But I don't think we're gonna make a decision tonight on that.
No, but I think it's something the Board of Finance should take up at a future meeting. We should have a meeting about this.
And we welcome your input.
To set some standards on it. There's just a bunch of different things we should have standards on.
And to your point, if it's an annual cycle, every house that's 7 years delinquent or more falls into the bucket. And you may have one property, or you may have 50. And it's just.
Now, 7 years.
Cycle. Now, my question to that is, what's the expense associated with your time, your staff's time, the town attorney's time to facilitate these sales? Like at some point, if it is one property, do you want to kick that next year and bundle it with others? And are you looking at the quantity of properties so that you kind of get economies of scale?
So, I mean, there's no direct expense for my department or for the town because it's the attorney fees are built into the redemption.
You get added on.
So it gets added on. So essentially it's the fees, just the longer the redemption goes on, the higher the fees are because they're more, obviously there's more work involved for the attorney.
All right, good with the revenues. Should we talk about expenses?
One last,
Sure.
how much do you think total you're gonna be, is gonna be sold, you're gonna make at the tax sale?
2.7, right?
2.7, okay.
Expenses? Sure, so. On the expense side,
Wait, can I ask one? I did get the question, but just want to make sure everyone is aware, right? You clarified that the amount that is on here on page 99, the 355,024 does not agree to the summary on the front of the book. And that's just a mishap or?
Yeah.
Okay, I went through this book and tried to verify every expense and I was successful in doing that. I do it before I ever look at this book. And I also tried to do it for the revenue side. That difference wasn't the only difference. I couldn't come up with the total difference. So if somebody could just verify or at least, if there's other ones that I don't know about yet, you could tell me. Because I don't like going through detail and then finding out that it's not the total that we're putting ahead of voting.
I can talk to that.
Okay.
If I might. There was the situation with the current tax levy is one report out of Munis that was not updated when the current tax levy that is seen on page 9, that's a separate report that was run. So that 399, the 354, 341 on page 9 is the correct current year tax levy, which is under the one on page 99 is overstated by about $600,000. There was a secondary change in revenue for town planning and zoning that is reflected on page 9. That is not reflected in the detailed pages. I do have updated pages for TPZ, but I inadvertently left the tax pages on my desk tonight. So if you would like, I can.
But you want to give them to us next session?
Yeah.
So we have the full set, but.
Okay, yeah.
That'd be great. If we could have that in an all right. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, now, on to expenses.
so for expense, so the primary driver of the increase on tax collector side would be just the contractual salary increases. As mentioned, I have 6 other employees or 5.2 other employees in my office that are in union in contract increases. And then, any other increases I have, the primary, coming out of my expenditure budget is just the necessary cost of processing, printing, and mailing, over 80,000 tax bills.
Any questions? Mr. Rock.
Just trying to get an understanding of 3 cashiers and flow.
Yep.
How many people are you seeing a day? Just an average day?
It's a constant flow, but I have like a payment transaction. It's over 50,000 transactions just coming through our office, and that could be anything from just walking into the office, mail that we get directly from us. In a collection month, we could have a line going out to the ramp that leads down into our office. But on a given day, they're every couple
hundred
minutes,
people?
they're just all now paying back taxes. We have title searchers coming in for tax information.
A lot of title searchers coming in, right?
Title searchers, this time of year, we have a lot of income tax requests, people that didn't keep their receipt or just don't want to look online or don't understand. So instead of calling us and having us walk them through, they'll just come in unannounced. And my cashiers will say, "Oh, we're paying your tax." "No, I just need information. I'm taxes." So, along with paying the taxes, we're kind of an information center.
Yeah.
People come in and need to look up taxes, but also I always say our office is the front lines. So like we get people that come in for anything. They come in for a building permit and then we have to direct them and call. We always get questions about when are the fireworks? When's the rain date for the fireworks? And then they say, what happens if it rains on the rain day? And so we get all the questions that we can't answer. My office does a great job of directing people. And part of it is probably because in a perfect world, we'd have someone sitting in the lobby, an employee that just tells people where to go, but we don't have that, so.
Officer, you're off.
Exactly.
All set?
Yeah. Thanks.
Well, thank you for your time. Thanks for attending in person. It does make a difference.
Good job with the gadgets.
I'm sorry?
Good job with getting those gadgets. Collectors, credit card stuff.
So next up on our agenda is our information technology group, Department 3110. The budget for this department can be found on page 102 of the hard copy in the book.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you. And presenting tonight will be Director David. Before we start, I just want to scan. No one in the chat room, no one in person, so no comments, and so we can open it up to Mr. Kelly. Thanks for joining us.
Good evening. I'm other Dave Kay, IT director, and since I see a number of new faces on the board, so I'll kind of give my 2-sentence description of the IT budget. So a vast majority of the IT department budget is not actually the IT department. It pays for commonly used software and equipment by all the other departments in town. For me, it's really kind of an exercise of trying to estimate what a software or hardware vendor is likely to charge us for something as much as 18 months in advance. Generally speaking, software costs go up a bit faster than inflation. So usually I kind of look at the history of a given vendor and try to guess a number between 3 and 5% on average. Sometimes software vendors go up by quite a lot more than that in a particular year. In fact, I've heard rumors that some customers are getting a 30% increase from Microsoft this year. I don't know that we're going to see that. We buy Microsoft on state contract at state contract pricing, but in any event, sometimes the pricing feels a bit arbitrary. Also, other things that happen in the world affect what we pay for things. For example, due to the AI boom and all of the AI data centers being built right now, one of the major memory manufacturers in the world that provides memory chips for the desktop computers and servers that we buy has gotten out of the market of selling to individual computers and things like that, are now only selling to AI data center vendors. So with one of the vendors exiting the market, in essence, that drives up the cost of that particular part of the computer for everybody else. So my estimates of what a computer costs for our normal replacement cycle was set before that happened. Where the prices will land next spring when I actually buy the computers, who knows? There'll probably be at least a short-term spike in prices, whether it stays up or recedes again by then, it's hard to know. This year, there are a few anomalies in the IT budget, which I describe on page 102 in my budget summary, that kind of make some step increases in the IT budget. And that is 2 of the largest items in the IT budget are renewing at the same time on a multi-year fixed price agreement. So when we buy software licensing and maintenance from Microsoft, they make us sign up for it for 3 years at a time, but the price is held the same over those 3 years. But we are now in the third of those 3 years. So in FY27, we will be signing a new agreement with Microsoft, and the new agreement won't just be 1 year's. It's going to probably be at a minimum an accumulation of the past 3 years and a little more than that. The other large item in our budget that is on a similar thing is our townwide fiber optic network that connects many of our town buildings and sites together. That is purchased historically on a 5-year agreement. We are in the 5th year right now of that agreement. That will renew for next FY27. And again, that's going to be setting a new price point after 5 years of being at one specific price point. So that's kind of where the increase is in a couple of my lines. That accounts for much of it. Yeah, okay. Any questions on that?
Questions, Mr. Walsh?
Yeah, can you give me your breakdown of your, how your department works? Is every single person other than you report to you? Or do they
Yep.
report to other
Yes,
people?
yep. Our org chart's pretty straightforward. I report to Tom and the 5 other employees report directly to me.
Okay, that makes it easy.
Yep.
Can I ask, what was why is it an 88.57% increase on your maintenance and repair request
Yes, okay, so
by 40 grand?
yep, about 4 years ago, well, let me start the story at the beginning. One day before I began working for the town, the town purchased a $350,000 mass storage system. That's basically the disk drives that all of the town data is stored on in the town. Was being retired by the vendor, no longer supported, needed to replace it. Generally, with this kind of thing, and this is what happened 9 years ago, right before I started, you do what we call in IT a forklift replacement. In other words, you tear out the old thing, you make a big spend to buy the new thing, and you copy all the data from the old thing to the new thing, and now you're good for some number of years again. And when the previous storage system came up for replacement, I asked, and this board granted me, instead of doing a non-recurring big bang, replacement, I asked this board if it could add $75,000 a year to my capital outlay line, and I would buy the replacement storage devices over time. And that's what we did. So for 3 years, I had an extra $75,000 in my capital outlay. In fact, I don't know if we have that historical. I think we do on page 104.
Yes.
Yes. So you'll see my capital, it was kind of high for a few years there. And now it's kind of receded back. And when we bought those devices, they came with a warranty. So once we bought the replacement devices, I stopped asking for the $75,000 in my capital outlay, and we coasted for a year because both of the devices, the new ones, were on warranty. No maintenance, no purchase, coasting because it was all purchased up front. In FY27, the first of those 2 devices will run out of warranty and we will have to put it on maintenance. So that accounts for the vast majority of the increase in the maintenance repair line. So now it's no longer in capital outlay. It is now in maintenance and repair. And then in the next fiscal year, we'll be having both of these systems on maintenance. And so that line will go up again. It's not as much as what it costs to buy new ones, but it will, it will show up in maintenance and repair.
So next year, we should expect it to go up by another
$25,000, $30,000 for the maintenance on the second array, correct. Now,
Before you go further, is the entire increase there from 51,600 for fiscal year 26 up to 97,300? Is that all for this warranty?
No.
This maintenance plan?
No. There are many other items in the maintenance and repair that have a natural inflationary growth to them. So not all of that increase is the array, but that is the single biggest driver.
Understood. Thank you.
I think the real number is going to be more around 29,000, something like that. And then the other end of the strategy with this replacement that we did this time is the maintenance that we pay is what's called evergreen maintenance. So we bought the new systems from a vendor where we pay this maintenance and we never buy a new system from scratch again. They periodically will refresh pieces of the system over time, as long as we pay the maintenance agreement. So my goal here was to smooth out the IT spend, no more big bounces every 5 to 7 years to replace these very expensive devices. So the maintenance is a little higher than if we, were doing the old-fashioned forklift thing, but it smooths things out, and we don't have these big heart-lung replacements happening every 5 to 7 years. Now, we're counting on this technology vendor continuing to operate this way into the future. With technology vendors, you never know if they're going to change the game, but this company has been doing this for about 20 years now, so they have a long record of operating in this manner.
Mr. Matola.
Hey, Dave, on the capital outline, page 103.
103, yes. Mhm.
So it says replacement PCs, replacement laptops.
Mhm.
Maybe you can't tell me, but approximately how many PCs will you get for 112,000?
So that's based on an estimated average cost, and I think it's 118. Let me go check my notes here. So I estimated 100, well, it would be 118 PCs at an average of $900 a piece. So that cost includes a PC and some computer monitors as well. We do not generally replace monitors when we replace a PC. Today's monitors last longer than they used to. The old CRTs used to get burn-in, or they'd burn out or get dim or something. Newer LED-backed LCD monitors tend to go and go and go until they either stop completely or perhaps something happens to them. They get too dirty or scratched up or whatever.
So 118 at $900 a piece. Some of that includes some screens.
Right.
What about the replacement laptops?
So that's based on 15 laptops at approximately 1,500 a piece.
1,500?
Yeah, we buy a business grade, we buy basically Lenovo ThinkPad laptops. They're a business grade, a little more durable than the plastic thing you buy at Best Buy.
Thank you.
Mr. Elwanger.
Just a couple of questions following up on your response to the portal, Dave, for fees and professional services. I know you're not including next year the 25,000 fee for the bonfire system, which is moving over to purchasing. So that having been said, that would bring your total increase, not 16,800 on fees and professional services. That's an increase of 41,800 if you add the 25,000. That won't be in your budget. So my question is, what is the Q alert system, and what's the licensing fee for that? Because you've mentioned that will be in.
So
and that's not there now.
So a couple of things in fees and professional services. It includes quite a number of items, not just these items. So there are increases across the board on a lot, it's a lot of software and other bits and pieces. But the bonfire system was acquired initially out of a one-time increase to the IT budget in, I don't know if it was FY26 or FY25 actually. When the new administration came in, they increased that line by $30,000 with the idea that they may want to buy some kind of software. And at the end of the year, it was used to acquire bonfire. So that's not something that was ever budgeted for that purpose in the IT budget. But the other things are paid out of that line that are also going up. So for example, our share of Munis, we split the cost of Munis with the Board of Education. That's one of my biggest items at about $160,000, dollars a year. Q Alert is an item that we thought we would, when we got the new website, we were going to go with the Q Alert is the citizen request system. So if you have a pothole you need to report, or something, anything like that, on our website, there's a citizen request portal where you go and put in your name and your address and your issue, and it gets routed to a department in town that takes care of that issue. When we got the new website that went up about 1.5 years ago, the website came with a similar product that we were just going to use and adopt and abandon Q Alert, which is what was in use for a number of years. After using the new product and the new website for a while, it just wasn't as robust or powerful as the Q Alert product was. So we decided to go back and reacquire the Q Alert product. So now that was not budgeted for, but it was kind of an emergency decision because we were struggling so much with the product that was included with the website that we went back to this purpose-built system. So.
Gotcha. And what's the licensing fee for Q Alert?
Q Alert. Last year it was 17,359, and I'm guessing there'll be a 5% increase this year.
Thank you. Any other questions? Dave, I have one. At the start of the night, there was a question that was posed regarding AI during the discussion about the first select person's office. I was surprised to hear that we're not really using it, but I also appreciate that for a municipality, there may be guardrails. So waiting for guidance. Can you give us an update on anything you know about AI usage for the town? Whether you think it's something that we would end up using at some point, if it's co-pilot on Microsoft or whatever it might be, but your thoughts there would be welcome.
Okay, I'm going to preface my comments with the fact that there are certainly people that are much better at AI discussions than I am. But I can tell you kind of what I've been doing around this issue myself. So I and the town, we're a member of an organization called GMIS. It's a governmental MIS group that we share ideas, we meet. In fact, we had a meeting last Friday up in Berlin to talk and share issues and whatnot. And I joined a committee of the group to draft an AI policy template that towns might be able to use to incorporate an AI policy within the town's policies, be it a standalone policy or it gets added to a technology policy, perhaps. And our discussion centered around, yes, there's a lot of concerns that a government might have that a private organization may not worry so much about. So for example, does the AI that you're selecting or using have a bias to it? Would you expect Elon Musk's XAI AI chatbot to give you a same or different answer than Mr. Altman's OpenAI ChatGPT chatbot? AI is trained on data, and the people that control these AIs control what data they're trained on. Is the training unbiased? In government, you can't have an AI give you an answer and then not be able to check somehow that the answer is valid. This is something where in this policy we recommended, for example, that a town develop a committee of people that examine a request to use an AI, and there be some kind of regular review that the AI is performing equitably and accurately, that the policies state that a human using the AI is still responsible for whatever output they produce using that AI as part of their input product. It's quite a rat's nest, and many towns haven't really embraced it yet. I get 50 to 60 emails and phone calls a day from vendors I've never heard of that tell me, oh, we can somehow solve all the town's problems with AI. But at the moment, and I'll confess, I'm a bit of a skeptic. I think that that the hype is a bit ahead of the reality of what AI is and what it can do. We use, even in IT for our own uses, we may use Google to try to find a solution to a problem we're having. And the first thing Google does these days is puts an AI synopsis at the top of the page with step-by-step instructions about how to fix the problem. And it may tell you to go to some file folder somewhere on the server and edit some configuration file. And there is no such folder on the server. There is no such configuration file. The AIs tend to state things confidently and emphatically, and it sounds right, looks right, but it's not always right. So anyway, I'm just gonna be honest up front that I'm at the moment a bit skeptic. I think it'll get better in time. Another place where AI is used is even within IT. AI is being used to write software, to code software. But what they're finding is that the code that the AIs write is either insecure, which is just a nightmare for a municipality in particular, or it just doesn't work right, and then a human has to go back and fix it. So, there was a shudder in the stock market about a month ago when the Claude AI and Facebook announced, oh, we're firing all of our software programmers because the AI can write it for us. And it's just not quite there.
Okay.
And
I think that, I think you've summed it well. And-
So I want us to proceed carefully. It's something I will be discussing with the first select person. Is this something we want to get into policy? But I want to proceed very carefully there.
Right now, no town employees have AI or access to AI on their computers.
That's not so. Anybody with a web browser has access to AI.
But all right, that may be a free version, right?
Yes. But that's not necessarily good, because another point that we described in our policy template was you have to be careful what you are asking the AI to do or what you're showing it, because if you're using a free version, now that company uses your input as part of its training. So you have to be careful not to divulge sensitive information to the AI in your job. So I think a lot of folks in town use it to clean up a paragraph that's, probably harmless, clean up their something they've written. But we're not trying to use it to run the town yet. If you've ever been trapped in an AI chatbot, you know that it can be a nightmare.
And the town,
Get us AI CIO.
and the town does not have any paid versions available, or we're not spending money on it.
Well, I think that the library did get something. I think I saw it in a Board of Selectmen meeting a couple of months back. I don't know if it's for internal use. So I can't tell you that not being used anywhere, but.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
All right, so with no other questions, we've got one more department to go. Thank
Thanks,
you, Dave.
David.
Really appreciate your time.
Hi.
All right. Okay, so our last department is Department 3010, the Finance Department. CFO Tom Harris will take us through his department. Tonight, we're going to focus on the expense side only. We'll do the revenue in our next meeting. Hard copy starts on page 1. Online version, page 91. Don't see anybody online, don't see anybody in the room. So we don't have to take public comment.
I was planning to do risk management also.
Sure, that's even better.
So we're going to do two components of finance. The additional finance piece, the expenses are on 85. The personnel summary is on 86. So I'll begin there. In terms of personnel, there's myself, the controller, director of financial planning analysis, grant manager, senior auditor. Those are positions that report to me. The grant manager position was transferred from operations. So if you look at the increase in salaries, that is the primary reason for the increase. The senior auditor position is open. We are looking to fill that. The current salary or the salary that's budgeted is really a holding place for a new hire. The associate analyst really is the position we refer to as senior accountant position. That position reports to the controller, and that individual is responsible in really just general accounting, journal entries, reconciliations, year-end close kind of things, accruals. That person reports, as I said, to the controller. The financial assistant is primarily responsible for payroll. That individual also reports to the controller, and the accounting clerk is primarily responsible for processing payables, and that person also reports to the controller. So those are the principal components of the finance expenses. The other sort of large items will be professional fees, and that really is kind of a holding place. We do have really work to do in terms of doing policies, procedures. So we would probably like to get someone at some point to assist with that, and that will be used for those efforts. Education and memberships is memberships in financial organizations, GFAO, as well as CPA license renewals, which is $600 a year, I guess, and continuing education. So in terms of the finance expenses, if you have questions before we go to risk management, we can address them.
Questions to Tom?
The grants manager, is it filled that position?
Yeah, yeah, historically it was in finance. 2 years ago, a year ago, it was transferred to operations, and now it's back in finance.
How are we doing?
She's constantly working to find grants. She works with departments.
So do you think that there's been more grants since bringing this person in and making it full-time instead of part-time?
Yeah, well, it's reported to me since this year. I don't know that there's been an increase, but there are grants that, that are being secured. And if I look, I don't know what.
We just reported out to the board. Select persons, like we just got a new grant for the Safe Streets for All, looking at, we're talking about complete streets and road safety. $250,000. She's currently with a grant for professionally driven grant.
So yeah, she's
$10 million in grants.
She's earning a pay.
All right, I wasn't sure if it was dried up or, we're actually finding more because we're focusing more resources, so.
And earlier, Mr. Myers made the right point that this is a position like risk management that should pay for itself, right?
Yeah.
So, and I think in prior years, we thought like, would 2 grant positions, help, right?
Consider that.
But the other thing that I recall talking about too is, to the extent that we have a grant manager dedicated to this process, 1, they get efficient at it. But 2, it frees up someone like Mr. Hurley in the engineering department to. So anyway,
Did you hire her?
Excuse me?
Did you hire this person?
No, she was hired a year and a half ago.
Is there a reason, or Ms. Vitale, you know why we hired somebody who never had any experience as a grant person ever? And she went around to all of our department heads, many who talked to me, who said, I don't know what I'm doing. I have no experience in this area. Do you know why that would happen?
I don't know. That was a personnel decision made at the time by the person.
Mr. Gerber, right?
He was the first select person at the time,
Yeah.
but I will say that,
They were friends.
I think that she has professional experience in project management, in skilled writer, finance. math. She has a skill set. I think if you have the skill set, you can learn new things and should be effective. And she has proven to be effective as a grants manager. She's also assisted, we pulled her in for project management for Paycom over the summer when the workload was that, she was on that team. Definitely an asset.
But I do think she's earning her pay in terms of just the grants part of the job.
Yeah, you just question whether, if somebody had experience in that area, how much more could we have gotten double that amount? That's the question you get when you have to hire somebody with experience in a certain field.
But we're gonna budget for the line, right? Like, I mean, just in terms of we want to have a grants manager, that's sort of what we're talking about here. Like, if you think it's somebody else should be in there, that's their decision. We just need to.
I think you evaluate the quality of the work that the person is doing, and if they're not doing the job, then you address that. But at this point, I would say she's doing the job she was.
Yeah, I don't understand how somebody with no experience comes in and the rest of the town doesn't even know that you can come into this job make $100,000 a year with no experience. That wasn't opposed to the rest of the taxpayers who might need a job.
Any other questions?
Yeah. Okay. Why do we have the senior? I understand Connie made $155,000 this year.
Connie made 140.
Said 155.
What I said is that is a holding place for a person who we're looking, I don't know, the position is open. So it's been posted and the goal is if we can hire someone for less, then we will. But we want to have money in the budget to hire somebody who's qualified, who we identify.
We had somebody there was there for 30 years and they were only making $143,000. Why would you need 155 for a brand new person?
I might not, the first resume I got, the person made $300,000 a year.
And
Obviously, we're not gonna.
Which can?
The point is, we want to hire somebody who's qualified and we want to pay them a reasonable compensation. The fact that someone made less it's really not particularly relevant. That was someone who did a great job. She'd been here a number of years and she's sort of progressed through the system. We're looking for someone now who will come from the outside in a competitive environment. And, we'll get them for whatever at a reasonable level.
Plus.
Come out of the union also.
Yeah, it's in there.
In Connie's position, she was a member of a union, so her increases were
It was-
contractual, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions before we move on to risk management?
Yeah, one, two, Tom, if you could just go back to your expense line. The number and what, they got 400% increase to fringe, town. What is that? That is that a lot of people or just?
I'm sorry, which line?
Right in the middle, from 1,000 to 5,000, so.
Was that one person or was that multiple people?
Oh no, it's 5 people.
5 people?
Yeah. It's all department heads. So it's myself, it's the controller, it's the director of financial planning analysis, it's the grant manager.
It's all department heads?
Yes.
Why are there only 3 department heads listed to the right?
Well, yeah, that's just the way they were.
There's not 5.
Well, the senior auditor was moved from left to right because that was a position that was in our union. So that was moved over and it's graphically, you can do it either way. It's like the department head, so.
Where are the other 2 people that are department head level?
If I might. The indicator for FY 27 is for the 3 DHs is only if there was a change indicated. So for the chief fiscal officer in 26, they were a department head. They stay a department head in 27. It just wasn't brought over there. It's just only to indicate that the controller was in a union, now is no longer and is considered a department head. So it's the chief fiscal officer, the controller, the director of FP&A, the senior internal auditor, and the grants manager are the 5.
If you look right in the center of the page, there's a column with the DH or PETA or Thea. And then for the 3 positions that changed to department, that reflected about 3/4 of the way across the page in between fiscal year 26 and 27. So zigzag, you'll see there are 5 pages.
What are the drivers for the 15.33%? It's all the salary increases, like Connie's position from 140.
Well, no, it's primarily the transfer of the branch manager from operations into finance.
Okay, that's the main portion of it?
Yes.
And what is the decrease, the drastic decrease in fees and professional services?
We haven't used, again, the goal was to really get into getting the policies, procedures done this year. And we are just, we're behind because we've been short of staff. So we're not going to use what we had anticipated using this year. And, those are projects that will begin this year and be completed next year.
What do we spend that money on? What are the projects that you budgeted 20,000 for?
Well, it's really, it's a little bit of a misnomer because we have things in there like shredding, shredding, and there are some other, what are the other things in there, Ben?
Off the top of my head, give me 1 second. There's the small office services, there's shredding services, additional audit services and compliance is necessary.
So the audit compliance, that would have been policies, procedures, kind of projects that will not be completed this year. I mean, we may begin those, but the focus right now is to get staff, get people trained, and then begin to focus on those.
When you say audit stuff, is this stuff that came up with Joe Centofanti that he wanted?
No, these are, to say audit services, it's policies, it's internal control kind of things that we want to do.
And who's going to be doing that work on the outside?
We've spoken to
Fees and professional services.
yeah, we've spoken to a consulting firm. I'm drawing a blank now in terms of the name, but they're down in, I think in Greenwich. But we'd spoken to, actually, when I first came on board, Bill introduced me to her. So that's someone we may go back to ask to assist with this.
They write accounting?
It's a accounting, so it's a consulting company. It's a financial consulting service. They do, part-time accounting work. They are accountants.
We no longer doing all the town's accounting in-house, outside.
We are doing it all, but the point I'm making is that
I'm having a hard time. I'm trying to.
No, I know that. No, I want to answer your question. We have not, one of the issues that we've had when people leave is we don't have policies, procedures that say, they're the how-tos. And those are things that we need to get in place. And, it's something we need to do sooner rather than later. But first we need to get people in, the senior accountant, that's a key role for this. Get that person trained up to speed. And then we begin to focus on closed procedures and other policies and procedures.
It sounds like it's more procedures than policies.
Yes.
It's like documenting.
So,
Yeah.
That's the time consuming part of it.
Just don't have time to do it and do your job. Especially when if you
Because of all the turnover.
catch up on finishing the audit.
You're not gonna be able to do it this year because you want the new.
Well,
people
I hope to
come on,
begin. We
and
need
then
to
you
get the
can
people
begin.
trained. You
don't
can't-
need as much money.
You don't need to write policies when you don't have people to do the,
Yes.
procedures.
That's why you reduced.
It's good to have.
Yeah. Great. So the next piece, I'm going to ask Mr. Bulgari to come up. In terms of the
plan.
So page 87.
Yes, 87. Just in terms of, on page 89, in terms of the,
I'll tell you about the hazing policy. You're the new guy that you have to do last.
You've already earned your money, so from what we heard. So.
Transfer from a few other departments.
We'll pick up from.
so this was in operations, the risk management was in operations. So that was transferred from operations to finance. The operations administrator was the 4-year person who was in HR, that's now in risk management. So that I'll turn it over.
Yeah, so good evening. I won't say good morning. We're close. So really, the reporting structure for risk management is myself. I report to the CFO and to the first select person. And I have the operations administrator, who is basically the FOI person who reports to me. So that is the payroll line item you see there. Getting into the claims handling service, that is our third-party administrator. That is our currently PMA. We've had conversations about them over the last 3 months. We are still working on options for that. Those will be forthcoming as we get into the end of March, almost there, but end of March, middle of April timeframes and so forth. On those kind of progress and those steps and options. Property insurance, that is going to be, again, property liability insurance and those errors and omissions and other lines of insurance. It really should be other errors and omissions in it, but it works either way. When the budget was first put together and we were beginning the conversations, the assumptions were made based on insurance market and different types of risks and exposure that the town of Fairfield and the Fairfield Public Schools have, and that about a 12.21% increase overall was to be expected. Through relationships, meetings, and conversations with our insurance agent, or our broker of record, as well as one of our direct writers, we are confident in bringing that assumption down from 12.21 to 8%, no more than 8%. Which is significant savings when you look at a book of insurance premiums over $2 million. Our workers' compensation, as you know, we're self-insured, so that's our indemnity and medical payments that go out for injured employees. We have put in steps and practices to gain the cost savings on those. And there'll be more of those programmatic things as we continue to roll out different aspects. However, we're expecting to be right around what we were last year, a little bit less, at 1.650 and so forth. One thing to note in the errors omission and other, you'll see that about half of that, maybe a little less than half of that, is associated with the agent of record commissions. By going to one of our direct writers for certain lines of coverage, we are able to potentially have some savings on those commissions and or fees, so forth. And then the other item that I think we should talk about, I want to close the loop on, is we've been successful in negotiating with an insurance carrier for our auto physical damage for 115 police vehicles. That carrier will be KIRMA, the Connecticut Interlocal Risk Management Agency. And they have given us a very good price at a $5,000 deductible for $32,000, which is $58,000 less than it was presented to this board a month ago.
That's Mr. McDowell. And that's going to be effective this year.
That will, yeah, so we will have a prorated premium for this current year. I heard from them today, they are actively working on putting all the appropriate binder schedules so they can bind coverage. Once they bind coverage, they will issue the binder as well as the invoice at a prorated rate, and then it'll renew on 7/1.
Is that reflected on the budget request sheet here or no?
Where did we put that?
That's a part of it. As I said, we have additional savings.
Okay.
Once that's finalized, that will.
Yeah. it's a
Yeah, this is-
$58,000 savings from the 90.
Then my other question is, when I thought you're talking about the liability insurance.
Yeah, that would be our liability, which is 55240.
Yeah, so when you said it's down to 8% from 12, is that the liability insurance you were talking?
That's all lines.
All lines. So the figure here, the 4,000,006 figure, does that reflect the 8% savings, or is that number gonna be less?
That number does not reflect the changes that are discussed in that change schedule for the board of
So
selectmen.
this is gonna be a better number.
Yes.
Okay, just needed to know that, and we'll get that information. All right, thank you. Yes.
I'm sorry, where did you say the savings of the 58,000? What line is that on?
So that, when we presented to this board a month ago, and we were talking about going out to look for exterior to then on our auto physical damage for the police department.
Yep.
We perceived that it was gonna be around $90,000. However, and someone asked the question, they know about our losses, the answer is yes. And it's to pay, it's really to make sure that we are not incurring the costs of the potential of multiple law enforcement vehicles being totaled. We went to them, they know our losses and they know our fleet, they have an actual schedule, so it's all current. And they came in for a $5,000 deductible, which still allows us to handle in-house the minor things. We are able to get that coverage, full coverage, comprehensive collision for $32,000. So that's $58,000 saving on the original proposal.
So was that 90 put in budget in the police department, or where was it put?
That was looked to be put, that was being worked on to put in the budget. But the conversation was, we didn't have a solid number, but it was not to exceed.
So what number did you put in the budget, the 90?
I think we put in 90.
Where is it though?
It's in risk management.
Yeah, 55210 is the account. Property insurance.
So that whole total number, Amy, total risk management number is gonna be reduced.
Yeah, by 58 grand.
But even more than that.
Even more than that.
Well, the reduction is across several lines, though. It's not just.
Right.
So we have 26 insurance policies. Each of the policies had had some volatility and variability in what the market was indicating, anywhere from 8% to, some were thinking up in close to 25 to 30. We've got it in writing from our insurance agent of record that we can expect no more than 8%.
Great job.
Thank you.
Earning your keep time.
You earned his pay when he did the police. insurance.
Gotta move them up in the schedule.
Believe me,
Next year
you're
you
first
go-
in line there.
Guys, I don't even want to be here.
Unless something happens, it goes up more, then we'll pump you back.
Yeah.
They bump back.
Okay.
Buy a conservation.
So you did not have a department last year, so that's why there's no budgeted numbers.
HR. It was, if you remember, it was in HR. Earlier this year, we did a budget, this board approved a transfer of the budget from HR to risk management.
Why can't we still have in the
I was gonna ask the same.
kind of fake numbers?
Well,
It was on the transfer schedule.
Liability insurance for the last fiscal year.
this makes it to Mr.
Yeah, we can Ms. Walsh's.
We should see a huge drop in HR is what you're saying.
Just decide, support.
I would support. These are insurances that we normally carry, obviously, not for the police cars. Problem. But we should have the historical data in here. When we do this.
in the
over
presentation.
again,
It was in the
the
first select
presentation.
person's slide.
Agree.
We covered all the
I
transfers.
added transfers, because
So can we do this page so we can.
Sure.
Thanks, that'd be good. This way it'll always be there. Moving forward. The insurances. I understand now, the other expenses and stuff like that are kind of new, but I think we just. So, I ask a question. In regards to your operations administrator, AKA. Yes. One person,
One person. Yes.
And how is that working?
He gets about 900 FOI requests a year.
Yeah.
And he responds to them. Working out.
Do you think we need more people in that area? Are we getting timely responses out pursuant to the FOI laws of the state of Connecticut?
Yes. There are always exceptions, but yes, to answer your question, yes.
I know that people have gone up to Hartford for hearings.
We've got
on
two.
not producing it, stuff.
So we've had two FOI requests out of 900 last year that had gone to Hartford for hearing. We had one more scheduled for next Thursday, but it was after talking to the requester. It has been it's not going into here. They've come to a consideration compromise.
Okay. And what happened to the other two?
They were both, one was found had to be released, one was found not released.
Are the number of requests going up?
Yes.
Down or staying?
They're going up each year by approximately 5% for over the last 3 years.
Do you handle the police ones that come in?
No, we do
Or
not.
Can they handle all that stuff?
They have a sergeant who does a very good job.
Okay.
Managing that.
Okay, thanks.
All right, so that takes us to the end of tonight's agenda.
Good, Drew.
Please.
Adjourn. Can I get a motion to adjourn? Mr. Bentley, seconded by Mr. Meyer. All right, thank you.
I've got somebody's.
I didn't mention it, but you guys looked at the online backup that